Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Okay, final thoughts here brought to you by our friends at New Life. You're chuckling because we were planning out LT's trip a little bit.
Dunaway has picked a totally different city than I had picked. And Lance is going to hate it. Hey, the full-color Bryce Young, let me just go ahead and tell you that. He's going to hate any of them, though. Jim's right. Full-color Bryce Young Crimson Connection, the Bryce Young painting of the 2020 Heisman Trophy winner, which chronicles his pass to Mechie and the catch in the SEC Championship game. You could see it more right now. You could see it if you're streaming with us right now, or you can see more at danielmooreart.com. That is danielmooreart.com. And right now, this week only, use the code CC10 for 10% off your Crimson Connection order. That's the name of the painting, Crimson Connection. The offer expires Sunday. danielmooreart.com. Don't forget that code CC10.
John Harbaugh, a 3-year extension with the Baltimore Ravens. The Rams working on an extension for both Sean McVay and Les Snead. 2 years left on each of their contract for the world champion Rams. There is a discussion to try to keep Sean McVay from jumping into television, that his deal could be an 8-figure deal per year to keep him the coach of the Rams.
It's incredible the kind of money that's being thrown around now.
That is
TV and coaching.
That is unbelievable. But if I get 8 figures doing TV, I don't know if I wouldn't want the easier path. Appreciate all your chat room comments about the number of teams and the Super League and all that. It is fascinating what the future could hold. And Mike Gundy thinks the future is going to be sooner rather than later. We'll let you know when UAB gets a new finalized football schedule because Southern Miss, Old Dominion, and Marshall's out the door at the end of the academic school year. And good for the Sun Belt. How much joy is going to be watching the Sun Belt next year when you go ahead and add Southern Miss, Old Dominion, and Marshall into the mix with the great Sun Belt teams you have already. That'd be some fun football.
Yeah, Conference USA is not going to enjoy watching it, but I think a lot of other people will.
Yeah, UAB can't get to the American fast enough now, and I know Andy and the crew would agree with that, and basketball as well. Fun show today. We're back with you tomorrow. Don't forget, we're all at Odie's tonight for trivia. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. We'll see you at 9 a.m. on Thursday.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we got a great lineup of guests today to get you ready as we go live now from high atop the Blue Lake Center after a stormy night in Alabama. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, birthday boy Lance Taylor not here. Will be back with us on Monday. Rockstar Lunsford Forrester, everybody behind the glass with you today. Brownie, you ready to go? 4 hours today. Got a lot to talk about, including Charles Barkley in 1 hour from now.
I am ready to go. I'm getting our TVs back set. We had a power outage last night.
All right. So Barkley will be with us in an hour as well. We'll talk about the final.
I'm ready to go! Was that better? Is that what you wanted?
That is better.
Charles
man.
Barkley is with us.
Charles is with us coming up a little bit, and we will talk a Final Four with him. Also, Pete Fiutak joins us at 11 o'clock, Chris Doering in the final hour of the show. Let's start things off today with a little bit of pro day that went on yesterday in Tuscaloosa. Nick Saban had the opportunity to sit and chat with the media after the National Football League coaches and scouts all gathered in Tuscaloosa. Here's Nick Saban discussing just how important it is for his players continue to have a pipeline into the National Football League.
I think the better our players do when they get opportunities in the NFL, the more it benefits our program, long term. And obviously, I think with a lot of the things that are happening now in college football, it's going to be more challenging to continue to be able to develop players. But that's a challenge that we're certainly looking forward to.
Yeah, Nick Saban yesterday. And I'll tell you the most interesting thing for me, Rockstar, I don't know about you, I envy people that can just eat whatever they want to. And I know there's a lot of weightlifting and training that goes into Evan Neal's world. But you and I last night at Trivia, as we stayed afterwards and continued to eat some of that unbelievable
brittle.
Yeah.
Ronnie's brittle.
Oh, where is it?
We were
told not to bring it here because everybody's on a diet, so I gave it to Nancy to give to Creature.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but we had a few pieces in the parking lot last night as the storm was blowing in. And Evan Neal yesterday at Pro Day drops the fact that in his training, he has to eat 3,500 to 4,000 calories.
I mean,
a
I
day.
would love to have to do that. I would love to have to do that because there are times I have done that, but I don't have to do that. In fact, it is it's a negative repercussion for me when I do it.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
you don't feel like chipper or anything after
I do not.
You're not full of regret?
I would like to know, like, the most I have ever exceeded my calorie count. Like, what's the highest calorie intake I've ever had in one day? Because there's some days I've gotten
it's
after
got to be
it.
one of those days where you're grazing. Like
it's a college football
and you
Saturday.
don't think like, well, that wasn't a full meal. I was just eating chips and stuff. There's no way I had over 3,000 calories.
There would be zero doubt in my mind it's a college football Saturday.
Yeah, I think that would be it for me as well. Even if I'm on the road, because on the road, we get pregame meals, we get a halftime meal, we get a postgame snack. That's just in the press box. That doesn't count what I've eaten at breakfast before I got on the road, what I've eaten and drank before the game, and then what I eat and drink after I leave the press box. I mean, there's a chance on a football Saturday, if I'm at a game, I can eat 6 or 7 times a day.
I know. I love those days. Now, don't get me wrong. Those are fun days, but you do get to the end of it. Sometimes you're like, I should not have done that.
Milk was a bad choice.
That was a bad choice.
Now, his calories apparently come with a lot of good meats and sides. Here's Evan Neal yesterday at Pro Day. Now, this guy takes in 4,000 calories a day. Look how cut up he is.
I know.
Remember when he took his shirt off at the Senior Bowl
his
at the
body's
Combine?
Completely changed.
Yeah. I mean, this guy is chiseled. So you can eat like this as long as you're as big as Evan Neal and you work out like Evan Neal. This guy's got a bright future ahead of him. NFL scouts were drooling over him yesterday in Tuscaloosa, and everybody was asking, man, how do you fuel this machine?
Evan, how many calories do you eat a day? 350 pounds. You're the most in-shape 350-pound man I've ever seen in my entire life. What's your diet like? How many? Do you have 2 dinners, 2 lunches? What do you do?
Well, I try to stay within 3,500 to 4,000 calories a day. Like, I like to eat lean meats like rotisserie chickens, rice, steak, I'm allergic to seafood, so I can't eat fish or anything like that, which is a bummer. So I eat turkey, things like that, like a lot of beans, protein, stuff like that.
What's your cheat meal? If you have one cheat meal, fast food, what's your go-to?
I like Chick-fil-A, yeah.
What's the order? What's the order at Chick-fil-A?
Spicy deluxe sandwich, spicy deluxe meal combo.
Yeah. Just one?
Yeah, just one, man. Hey, back in the day, I might have ordered 2 of them, but I can't do that these days.
Yeah. Evan knows where it's at, man. That spicy chicken deluxe combo is good.
That video courtesy of our friends at ABC 3340 yesterday asking that question there. So he eats the rotisserie chicken. He eats the rice, the steak, the turkey, and the beans. I mean, to get to 4,000 calories, you probably have to eat all that at one time.
Yeah, no mention of brittle.
Yeah, the sugars were not part of that.
That's
right.
Yeah, he didn't mention dessert. I mean,
I don't think he can have any.
You don't think so?
Well, I don't think he's having
that size?
banana pudding at the end of the day.
I mean, like, I'll be honest with you. On my way to trivia last night, I was running a little bit ahead. My wife and my youngest daughter had just had dinner. I was running a little bit ahead. So I swung by a local creamery on the way there and got a little cup of ice cream.
Just a little cup.
No, it was. It was like the kiddie cup. It was like this. I just needed something sweet. And I'm like, that'd be good. So I stopped and got me a little cup of ice cream. Evan Neal could eat that and his body wouldn't even notice it. My body notices it. But
with
a guy
him, it's
that
like
size,
that little sample they give you for the ice cream.
No, it was slightly bigger than that. I mean, it was the tiny cup. Like, the guy even doing it was like, "This is all you want?" I was like, "That's all I want, man. I just need a little taste."
Just a taste.
Just give me a taste. That's all I want.
So that's a little bit of a pro day yesterday over in Tuscaloosa. They get back now to their spring training for the team that's coming back 149 days away from the start of the college football season with week 0. UAB finally got their schedule yesterday. Conference USA sent out their schedule yesterday. That included some week 0 conference games. I think we'll get a Charlotte FAU CUSA conference game in week 0 to start off the season as they shuffle into an 11-game schedule for UAB. And a couple of UAB fans made this point to me on social media last night, Brown, is that if you're just a Power 5 snob and you don't pay attention to all of college football, you may look at the UAB schedule and you say, I mean, what an easy schedule that UAB has. But if you pay attention to just how competitive, say, the Sun Belt or Conference USA teams can be, UAB got hit with what appears to be a challenging schedule on the surface. I don't know what it'll look like when you get there, but if you just take history of programs, what those teams can be or were last year, and where those games are being played, when they're being played, I don't think Bill Clark and UAB got handed an easy slate from the Conference USA office.
I will, however, give Conference USA credit. They were clearly prepared for this. I mean, UAB's got that schedule out, basically 24 hours after they find out, hey, these teams are no longer at the conference this coming season. So they had it ready to go. I mean, I assume their hands were a little bit tied. I cannot imagine how difficult it must be to put together these types of schedules. I mean, there's so many factors that have to play in, and you finally get it right, and then you find out, oh, by the way, 3 of the teams that we've scheduled in this conference, they're not going to be in this conference anymore. So now you got to go back to the drawing board. So, I mean, I'll give Conference USA credit. They clearly were not taken by surprise by this. They had it ready to go.
Out of conference, of course, UAB opens on a Thursday, September 1st against Alabama A&M down at Protective. At Liberty is the September 10th game, Georgia Southern. That's out of conference. Then you get your conference games after a bye on the 24th, starting in October, and you play road games at Rice, at Western Kentucky, at Florida Atlantic, at LSU out of conference, and then at La Tech to end the year. If you paid attention, La Tech is usually pretty good right to end the year. Florida Atlantic's where Willie Taggart is and really starting to recruit Florida. They're on the comeback. Western Kentucky, you know what kind of offense they throw out there, right? And then Rice had some good wins last year. Home games, Middle Tennessee, sort of a rivalry game, MTSU. Charlotte, is a growing and coming program. UTSA and North Texas have been some of your biggest challengers in recent years for you to be Conference USA champion. That's not an easy schedule. I can't wait till UAB gets to the American. The schedule will change a little bit and get a little bit more interesting for me. But as far as what's left in Conference USA, that's about as tough of a schedule you can get for the Blazers.
Yeah, I mean, if this is in fact the last lap, which I don't think it will be for UAB, I don't think it will be, but I didn't think that those Conference USA teams will be going this quick either over to the Sun Belt. So if this is in fact the last lap, that's, like you said, a pretty good schedule to go out on. It is going to improve in my opinion, dramatically once they get into the American. So I do look forward to those schedules, but if this is the last ever Conference USA schedule for UAB, it's not a bad one.
I do wish the teams at UAB were playing on the road. Some of them I'd love to see Western Kentucky, Florida Atlantic, and La Tech at Protective.
Yeah.
But you do get UTSA and North Texas there.
North Texas, yeah, I don't know how much I don't know if any of these get UAB fans fired up as much as, well, they're not as much as what the American will bring. But you're right. The ones you mentioned that would be at Protective are a little better than what you're getting at Protective.
Yeah. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at EAW, Exclusive Auto Wholesale, Highway 31 in Pelham Parkway. Good chance for you to check before we get to the Final Four conversation with Charles Barkley coming up at 10 o'clock at nextroundlive.com. You get a chance to check where you are in the bracket challenge right now and maybe compare it where you were with Barkley's Final Four over with our friends at Redmont. But our friends at EAW get you ready for that new car or truck in your life.
Yep, EAWcars.net, Pelham Parkway, right there in Pelham, Highway 31, EAWcars.net.
All right. I know the biggest story in sports also seemed like the biggest story in my life last night with Bruce Arians stepping down as the Buccaneers head coach. He's moving to the front office role. Todd Bowles becomes the head coach. And I know it sounds like, oh, Jim, you're just being Pollyanna here. This is sort of what I wanted to happen. And I love BA, but I didn't want to lose Todd Bowles, the defensive mind, to another team at some point, being a head coach or going somewhere else to be defensive coordinator. I wanted him to stay in Tampa. New 5-year contract coming today where he'll be the long-term coach for Tampa. And as Bruce told Peter King last night, Brownie, he told Peter King that, listen, Todd Bowles was going to be the head coach eventually. With Tom Brady coming back and all these free agents coming back, why not turn it over to him now? If I was going to do it one more year and then turn it over to him, why not just right now go ahead and give it to him with 1 year with Tom Brady so he can, have a good team his first year?
I mean, that is a nice sentiment. If in fact that is what happened, and a lot of people don't think that's what happened, but if in fact that's what happened, that is a nice sentiment and a good, hey, it's a solid for Todd Bowles, right? That I am going to get this team with Tom Brady as the quarterback.
Yeah, and there you see Brady's tweet last night. You're sort of hinting to what a lot of people are hinting to, that maybe Brady had something to do with a change here.
I think there are a lot of people that feel that way, yeah. And I'm not saying that's the case. I mean, I don't think Tom Brady and Bruce Arians probably hung out together and played golf together and, caught up on each other's families all the time. But I would guarantee you Brady didn't do that with Belichick either. In fact, there are a lot of reports that the Brady-Belichick dynamic was not very good at the end. So you don't necessarily have to be best friends with your coach to succeed. And I think we've seen that with Brady and Belichick. So, I don't know what that relationship was like. I don't anticipate that it was just fantastic. I mean, that is a lot of time to spend together. I mean, with driven personalities, big egos, that's a lot of time to spend together with one another and have a great relationship. I mean, that would be against the norm if that happened.
Especially after a year of success, right? Where you had the success that everyone didn't expect you, but you had the success that everyone hopes to have. You were the champs. You won it all. And then the next year you have a lot of egos at that point.
Right.
We won it all. And then Bruce had a lot and Brady, is the GOAT, but everybody else on the team felt like, hey, we're champions. We're here. We're there. And there was reports throughout the year that the locker room was not as united last year as it was the first year, and some of that fell back onto BA a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's the head coach, right?
That's right.
He's got to shoulder that blame. It will be interesting for Todd Bowles. He's the guy you wanted. He does not have a great record as a head coach. It was with the New York Jets. Obviously it's going to be quarterback driven. The better you are at quarterback, the better you're going to be at a head coach. So this will be a chance for him to kind of redeem himself as far as his record goes a little bit. Because like you said, you're taking over a playoff team. And don't forget, this is a playoff team. Now, it was a weird game, but they had the eventual world champions back against the wall trying to force overtime.
That's right.
And you gave up a drive. So, this is not like some team that just barely scraped into the playoffs and didn't do much. You were playing a home game against the eventual world champions and had them in a tough spot. So this is a pretty good team he's taking over. And a lot of these guys, if I followed it correctly, that were free agents when Brady decided, hey, I think I'll do another lap here. A lot of those free agents like, oh, no, I do like Tampa. I'll stick around in Tampa. I'm not going to go play elsewhere.
Yeah, it went like January was the playoff loss, so the repeat run ended. Then it was February retirement.
Yeah.
Then it was March, I'm coming back. Then it was free agent signing. And then now Bruce is stepping down, and here goes Todd Bowles to get you ready for the draft. So pretty nice spin cycle going on down in Tampa. We'll see if they can keep positive momentum moving forward. And I wonder now if this will quieten or increase the conversation about Tom Brady still being traded. He has given up his control. He says, if you guys want to trade me, need to trade me, I'm open to a trade. Miami has been hinted. The 49ers have been hinted. That's his longtime, his childhood program. Do you think he ends up still being traded? Do you think that's still a conversation?
I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that he would have come back to be traded. Now, obviously, Tampa was not going to just release his rights. They still would like to get something out of him. I don't even know if you've seen speculation on what they could get out of him. Have you?
No.
I mean, you would be trading him to a fairly desperate franchise. Yeah. You'd be trading him to a franchise that feels like they're that piece away from being a contender, much like the Rams were with Stafford, right? They looked at the landscape and they're like, hey, we're a quarterback away from maybe winning this whole thing.
I'll use San Francisco as an example. If you traded him if you liked Jimmy Garoppolo and you could trade him for Jimmy Garoppolo and a draft pick.
Because I think San Francisco is a quarterback away from being able to win this thing.
That's right. A lot of people think they are.
Again, with Garoppolo, yet again, they had the Rams right where they wanted them, the eventual world champions, right? With Garoppolo, they're that much better with Brady. I mean, the Dolphins, that's a team that missed the playoffs by a game. Are they a contender in the AFC with Tom Brady? Probably so, especially with the offensive weapons that they've drafted and added. So, I think he would there are several teams out there that Tom Brady probably would make a Super Bowl contender, sure.
Yeah. All right, so a lot to get to today, still to come, but that's sort of the overview of what's going on. And we'll get into basketball with Barkley at 10. Later on, Pete Fiutak joins us from College Football News. Pete will be with us. He's got a 22-part series that is going on the countdown to the kickoff of 2022, and we'll talk to Pete about what's going on. That included a story earlier this week you had in the morning rounds that talked about Texas and Oklahoma. Yeah, you still want part of that SEC is what Pete was talking about. We'll talk to Pete at 11 o'clock. Hope to catch up to Chris Doering in the final part of the show. He was over at Alabama's Pro Day yesterday, and a lot of other stuff going on, including college football playoff dark horses, buying and selling teams, and Barrett Sallee says the biggest questions, he wrote a story about the biggest questions for every SEC team out there. We'll do what we do later in the show. We'll read Barrett's questions, and then we'll
give some answers.
We'll answer them for him.
Oh, okay.
No need
do
to
all
wait.
The work.
No need to wait, Barrett. We got the answers. At least we always think we do. All that's coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. If you saw some storm damage last night in your local news, Montevallo had a couple of roof damages. They're assessing the situation this morning. Being blessed there that the students were on spring break down on campus, but they are checking that out at the University of Montevallo today. A very tight-knit community down there. If you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is a perfect place for them. U.S. News and World Report raves about their tuition price point. For the 5th straight year, the Board of Trustees have voted not to raise the tuition at Montevallo. That's the kind of price point education you get there at Alabama's premier liberal arts school. You can check out more at montevallo.edu. Schedule that in-person on-campus tour at montevallo.edu. 75 majors, 21 Division II fully funded scholarship sports, and a lot more. montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow the next. Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Back with you on the Next Round. Dunaway and Brown and Rockstar Forrester and Lunsford here, LT, back on Monday as many of you continue to wind down during your spring break. AEA is what we used to call it back in the old days.
I remember the AEA.
Yeah.
Totally forgot about that.
Somebody asked me about that the other night at dinner. Well, what is AEA people are talking about? I said Alabama Education Association. That's what they used to call spring break.
Was that when did they have their big convention then or something? Is that why we called it that?
I don't think they did.
Or the union just demanded a break, so we called it. We named it after the union. Okay.
I don't think they did. That seemed like a crappy break for them.
I would
if they
agree.
had to go to a convention.
Yeah,
or
I
something.
would agree.
But I don't know. I didn't care. I was out of school.
That's right.
It was AEA weeks, what we called it. It was not until MTV started when I realized there was something called spring break.
They do it a little differently over there. They have more fun. I just watch TV and stay up late.
Yeah. And MTV's also when I realized that T-shirts could get wet and things happen.
Wow.
Things happen.
That's not the way I dance.
There was a spring break show when MTV was just launching. They would actually get a house down in one of the Florida coast cities.
And they'd have that big pool, and they'd be dancing nonstop. I remember Radiohead played when they just started. They played Creep, and Tom York.
Tom York?
He's the singer of Radiohead.
I know.
Thom.
Tom York.
Tom York decided to do something cool just to be cool. He jumped into the pool after that, the pinnacle of the song, and he didn't know that he had Doc Martens on. And those are really heavy boots, and you can't swim with Doc Martens on. So somebody had to dive in and get him. He goes, I almost died that day because he just like, I'm gonna be a cool guy on the root of the song. You're a creep and jump into the pool. He ain't surfacing. He's got Doc Martens on.
Look at Tom. How long can he hold his breath?
So they ended up. They would do Total Request Live. They'd have concerts and game shows, and I was intrigued. Every time MTV was down at spring break, it was always fascinating to watch.
With Pauly Shore.
Yeah, Pauly
Dan
Shore.
Cortez.
Yep.
And who was the tall DJ? That was after my time. When Carson Daly, once TRL started, that was past my time. Because it was Britney Spears and NSYNC every day.
They had one competition, because I was in college at the time, I think. And they had one competition that I was dying to be a part of that involved whipped cream. And I was like,
really?
Oh, I've always liked whipped cream. Yeah. I'd be into that. Anyway, MTV spring break back in the day. I'm sure LT spring break has been nothing.
No whipped cream?
Nothing like that. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. If you have an opportunity right now to maybe sell your home, throw a little gutter cap on there, increase the value. If you've just bought one, get our friend C-Stu to come out and check your house for the possibility of you adding gutter cap to improve your home.
Patented aluminum cover system fitting over most existing gutters, keeping out debris, eliminating gutter cleaning. Call C-Stu 823-2212. That's 823-2212 for gutter cap.
Okay, we've got a Cowan Equipment poll question out involving Eric Church, and this has become a talking point, if you will. It was even on SportsCenter last night, and again today they were talking about Eric Church. So we've got a Cowan Equipment poll question out because if you have missed the story, and we mentioned it again yesterday, but it's even in the New York Post this morning, that Eric Church, the country music singer star, is a North Carolina guy, and he's a big North Carolina Tar Heel fan. And he loves college sports. So we've seen him on the sidelines at Alabama football games before. But he has canceled his Saturday night concert in San Antonio, and he was very upfront about it. He says, listen, this is a literally once in a lifetime thing that has happened. North Carolina and Duke, the biggest rivalry, is going to play each other in the Final Four. It's going to be on Saturday night in New Orleans, and me and my family, we're going to go to the game. So I'm asking you guys who give me so much, and I try to give you everything when you're at my concert, to understand this is the most selfish thing I've ever done. But I'm going to cancel my Saturday night concert, and I'm going to go and watch my favorite team play basketball against our biggest rival in the biggest game in that rivalry's history in the Final Four in New Orleans. I hope you understand. As you would imagine, a lot of people have not understood.
Well, sure.
And people that don't have tickets, who just have an opinion, have been lashing out against Eric Church. And Rockstar's in the entertainment business. Brown, you're in the sports and entertainment business. I want to hear what you guys think about this. I'm such an Eric Church fan. I sort of admire him for just being honest, and I've seen how he does business over the years. I feel like he's going to make it up to these people somehow, some way.
Well, it's all on an individual basis. There's somebody that's like, I want to introduce my kid to Eric Church, and this is the one night we can go. And we bought tickets, we planned all around it, and he cancels to watch a damn game. There's going to be that opinion. Yeah, he can make it up, but what if we can't make up we can't come to the makeup date? There's all that stuff. Like you're an entertainer. Like there's stuff that, I mean, birth of a child, okay, but it's watching the game.
Sickness.
Like if y'all saw that I had a sold out Black Jacket show, like no, Detroit Lions are playing. They're playing the Browns. It's a big game. I got to watch it. You're gonna cancel the show for that? Well, I'm gonna try to make it up, So I don't agree with the way he's to watch the Final Four. That's a bit much. That's my opinion.
I'm kind of torn on this one because, well, first of all, and this is what has bothered me from day one of this story, whenever day one was. Because Rockstar's right. There are some people that I have got the tickets. I can go. This is the time I'm going to go. And whenever you reschedule the show, I can't make it. I mean, it's just, it doesn't work for me. I've got to work that night. I've got a wedding that night, whatever. So this is my one chance, and I'm not going to get to see Eric Church. I mean, there's going to be a handful of people like that, right? Most of the people that are at the show, I hope he gives them a discounted ticket or some store credit in the Eric Church store or whatever, something like that. Make it worth their time, right? And the ones that just can't go, hopefully he does something to make it up to them. The thing that has bothered me all along about this is if he's that big a North Carolina fan, either A, he didn't have faith in his team to make the Final Four, or B, he's not as big a North Carolina fan as he's playing this out and he just wants to go to the game because he scheduled a concert for the Final Four. If you're a North Carolina fan and you're a diehard Carolina fan, you know when the Final Four is.
Well, I went back and checked the tip time for Friday night, and North Carolina's game Friday night was going on at 8:59 is when they tipped off. And that was right when he took the stage in Birmingham.
Right.
I think it's just
that was the Sweet 16 game, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet 16.
So,
okay.
I mean, it was going on right when, and near the end of the concert, he played 3 straight hours. Near the end of the concert, he's in a song said about his Tar Heels advancing. He worked in a lyric, as as you can do in a live concert about.
Right. So somebody had told him, "Hey, they won.
Yeah. They've just won.
Right.
Yeah. They moved on. I just think it's different because it's Duke in North Carolina. That this takes it to a different level.
So you're saying if this were North Carolina, Georgetown, he may not do this?
I don't think he would do this. Yeah. I don't think he would do this. I think if this was just a Final Four game, I don't think he'd be doing this. The fact that it is North Carolina and Duke, and it's never happened, and it may never happen again, and it's Coach K's last game. I think this is one that if you're a fan of this artist, you would. I think you can relate to this. Again, my opinion doesn't count because he did my concert where I had my tickets that I had bought on the secondary market, and I was able to go see him. He didn't skip to watch North Carolina play basketball.
To make it more local, okay, Garth Brooks is an Oklahoma State fan, correct?
Yep.
Oklahoma State makes the playoff. Garth Brooks cancels. Let's say the shows and that cancels that show. Like, I'm gonna bring it up to Birmingham, but Oklahoma State's playing in the playoff.
So you're talking about the college football playoff?
Yeah.
Okay. I would almost forgive Garth Brooks because it would be a surprise that Oklahoma State is there, right?
Okay.
This shouldn't be a surprise that North Carolina, with their history, is in the Final Four. And I don't know when these dates were set. I don't know when he announced these tour dates. I'm assuming it was before the basketball season started. I would assume. I don't know that. But
yeah, I would assume as well, especially a big venue like San Antonio.
Right. So this just tells.
But you also add dates during the tour's going so well.
Yeah,
would you be okay if we added 5 more dates? Yes, we can do 5 more dates.
Well, that's what they're saying right now. That part of I'm upset because he hasn't rescheduled the show. It's just canceled. Well, I mean, it will get rescheduled, and all those people will get their money back or will have their tickets honored. Right. There's no way he does business
not
like
at
that.
All. Not at all.
JD, one of our great listeners, it would be like a pastor canceling church for the Super Bowl. Oh, wait, ... I mean, that does happen, right? You do rearrange church sometimes if for some reason we ended up having to play Alabama and Auburn on a Sunday at noon in Tuscaloosa or Auburn, we would rearrange our church schedule a little bit. We would. In Green Bay, they have church early or Saturdays.
Saturday night church?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, local churches have struggled figuring out how to handle the Super Bowl. Like when I was growing up, they used to do the Super Bowl viewing party, and it was a great outreach, right? You invite your friends, your unchurched friends, and we'll just watch the Super Bowl. And then I don't know what happened. Maybe some churches were like, that halftime show doesn't feel right showing in a church building. If Janet Jackson's going to show her breast, maybe we don't need to be doing that in a church building. So now they're like, well, just won't have church, maybe have some friends over, things like that. So yeah, I mean, JD's right. Churches have tried, they've had a hard time deciding how to work that. I mean, this is something that would never happen, but in the event that for some reason you had the Iron Bowl at noon on a Sunday, it would be the lowest attended church day of the year. There's no doubt.
I think the bigger question would be if Armageddon started that day, or if Jesus came back, would people still be going to the game? Oh, in a moment. Hold on. We'll be over there in a second.
They might get to see the rest of the season if they miss that one too.
That's right. They may hang around for the never-ending overtime.
You think the offense was bad? Just wait.
Tom writes in, Jim, how would you feel if you had your tickets and he canceled the Birmingham show? Mm-hmm. I think I'm telling you that as long as I'm getting my money back, I think I'd be okay with it. I really do. I respect him, and several of you have commented over there. Like Adele canceled because of COVID. They couldn't get the show ready in time.
Different.
So she canceled her residency in tears and stuff.
Yeah.
And you hear people cancel all the time because of laryngitis or this or that.
Yeah. I do appreciate his honesty because he could easily, now it's going to be hard to cancel for laryngitis and then CBS show Eric Church sitting at the game, right?
Right.
Because you know good and well if he just canceled for laryngitis and tried to sneak in, he ends up on TV. That's the way that's going to roll. So I do appreciate his honesty in that he is at least not trying to paint any picture of anything else other than I'm a Carolina fan, selfishly. He even said it's the most selfish decision I've ever made. He's owning his selfishness.
Yeah, that's his quote right here in the New York Post. It says, so many pictures of Eric Church in North Carolina gear. Quote, this is also the most selfish thing I've ever asked the choir as his fans to do, to give up your Saturday night plans with us so that I can have this moment with my family and sports community.
I mean, look, this is probably going to reflect poorly on me, but my daughter's birthday, my oldest daughter, her birthday is in December. And it's after school is out, right?
Right.
So they don't get to do the whole, she's young now. As she gets older, this won't be a big deal. But, when you're young, you invite your whole class to your birthday, right? You have to invite everybody in the class, which is, I think, a good rule. You don't pick and choose.
That's right.
You invite everybody in the class. If one person gets an invitation, everybody does. So you go down and you rent out a place or whatever. You do it at your house, whatever the case is, right? And the whole class comes over. Well, she gets to do that for all her classmates. But her birthday's in December, so she doesn't get to do that for her. So what we allow her to do is do it in January, right, when school is back in. So I tell my wife, try to schedule it on the Saturday that is between the AFC-NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. What?
Well, but see, that's just smart planning.
Sunday. Well, I agree. Or Saturday or Sunday. The Saturday's fine, but if you're going to do it on Sunday, just make sure it's not the AFC-NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. And Rockstar laughed at that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an unreasonable request.
Has it always been met, though?
It has.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you be upset if it was not met?
Are the Dolphins in the AFC Championship game?
No.
I mean, you're kidding.
That was a rhetorical question,
okay.
Rockstar. It didn't require an answer.
You're kidding yourself if every guy listening or watching us, and some women, if you haven't adjusted personal things, even with your kids, to watch some sports. I mean, I missed a birthday party along the way. If there was a sporting event on that I wanted to watch, absolutely. Am I going to regret that someday when I'm dying on my deathbed and I'm looking at my kids saying, God, I wish I had gone to that trip to Birmingham Adventure or whatever it is it's called with you that
Vision
day.
Land.
Vision Land, yeah. I wish I'd gone that afternoon, but I stayed home to watch Florida and Tennessee.
To watch Ole Miss Vanderbilt, but it was a good game.
I mean,
JP game with Dave Neal on the call.
Yeah, I mean, but I've done that kind of stuff before.
Well,
I appreciate. I do appreciate the honesty here with this guy because
I agree with that part. I'm not sure how I feel about the whole cancellation, but I appreciate the honesty at least.
Yeah.
He's not trying to hide behind something.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends with NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway, getting ready for racing over at Talladega. I mean, you don't think Dale Earnhardt Jr. maybe would have skipped a practice if his Redskins back in the day had ever made the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, he was a big Redskins fan.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure he would have. You could go see the next-gen car on the Steve Banks Talladega at the Geico 500, Sunday, April 24th, 2 o'clock Central Green Flag. Get your tickets. See more about that garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's the number 2, 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Dave on Twitter at Next Round Live, get a DVR. I'm all go Duke now, is what he says.
Jeez, it is. I am a little surprised at the visceral reaction to this. The people that are in our area that aren't even going to the concert.
You had a chance to go see him Friday night if you're in our area, and he played for 3 hours. But people are upset about this, and they're not even going to the concert. That is surprising to me.
Chris, people plan for months. They buy hotels, plane tickets, etc. I'd be upset and pulling hard for Duke if I was them.
I mean, that is the hidden cost in this. Like you say, well, he'll refund the tickets, but there's some of those things like plane tickets. You could take a credit, a hotel you might get dinged and not be able to get out of. If you booked it on one of the online things, sometimes you can't get a refund.
Speaking of which, has Adele rescheduled her shows?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No, I mean that was just a cancel. They replaced her with the guy who plays
Keith Urban.
Yeah, good guitar, country music. Keith Urban. Yeah, Casey Miller. I don't like his music.
No, I'm not a country. I'm not a new country fan.
I don't mind Keith Urban's music.
I mean, I don't mind him. I like him as a person, and I like his wife,
Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman,
good actress,
and I like them together. And the guy can play guitar. Just never have liked his lyrics. Casey, zero issue, but would like to see him announce a makeup date or a plan to accommodate the venue and fans sooner rather than later. Jacob, who's listening to us in San Antonio. I wasn't going to his concert, but there are a lot of people pissed off about it out here in San Antonio.
I bet they are.
And it was much bigger venue. Right, it was Alamo Dome, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? I thought it was where the Spurs played.
Oh, it may be, but that's still bigger than what we have at the BJCC.
Yeah, AT&T Center, yeah.
All right, go vote right now in our Cowan Equipment poll question right there at Next Round Live. Do you have a problem with it? I also have another poll question there for you that we'll get into a little bit about dark horses to the Final Four. All that coming up as we roll on this morning. Charles Barkley at the top of the hour. We'll ask Charles about it, too. Charles has an opinion about everything, so I'm sure he's got an opinion about this one. You think CBS shows a picture of Eric Church inside the Superdome?
There are going to be a lot of celebrities there. Eric is very popular. I don't know where he ranks on the popularity scale of the celebrities are going to be. Don't you think this will be a highly attended celebrity event because of the Duke, North Carolina aspect?
I would say yes. And I mean, I don't know if any of them are Kansas or Villanova fans, but it is a blue blood Final Four, so I think there's a lot of people there. Give us a call, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks with Nichols Outfitters.
They have still got that tent up for one more day at Nichols Outfitters. Go and save 50% or more off on everything under the tent now until April 1st. That's tomorrow. We're talking about brands like Cool, Badlands, Columbia, Drake, and more. More than 50% off under the Big Tent for the big sale. Hurry, the good stuff will not be around long. It ends tomorrow. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. With your Birmingham Stallions, take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Before we get to the phones, let Brownie and I encourage you that if you're looking to refinance or get that mortgage, or if you're buying a new house this spring or summer anywhere in the United States of America, our friends at Mortgage Right, the place to go.
Yeah, whatever that debt is that you need to pay off, or that home you need to renovate, that thing you've always wanted to buy and it's in your eBay cart right now, man, you can refinance with Mortgage Right and get it done. MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's go to the top of the phone tree. Dominique is up next with us, out in Texas, or wants to talk about Texas, one of the two. Hey, Dominique, what's up?
How you doing today?
Good. You all right?
I'm all right. This should have been good.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to listen to rap music every day.
Yeah.
You like rap music?
Yeah, I do. I like mostly
fan.
the 90s rap, usually. That's where, when I was younger, that's the stuff I like the most.
You like Tupac?
Yeah, I like Tupac a lot.
What's happening?
I don't know.
Yep.
What do you want to talk about, Dominique?
I'll talk about the game, the sports who played this week. They're not playing this week, right? They're not?
Who?
It's sports they played this weekend. I don't know if they're going to play it or not.
The Final Four?
Yeah, right now we're playing on Saturday for sure.
Saturday, yeah.
Yeah.
The show, friend. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Dominique. That was interesting.
Yeah, I do. Of all of the rap music, the 90s, what we saw at the halftime show of the Super Bowl was my favorite rap music of all time.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick some, I don't really listen to it. But
yeah, LT's big in it. He's not here.
Jack's big in it too. Loves him some 90s rap.
Jack the intern?
No, Jack Lance's son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what Jack the intern could be a rap. He could be a Jimmy Buffett guy.
I don't know. He's a complete wild card.
But
There's no doubt
Jack
about
the
that.
intern, what did he call himself?
Well, Dr. J.
Dr. J.
He's the white Dr. J.
It was the white Dr. J.
Yeah, a little different Dr. J.
Yeah. Hey, good opportunity for you to stop off at the EAW Bracket Challenge right now and check out to see where you are in the standings. See if you're ahead of Dominique. NextRoundLive.com. NextRoundLive.com. Our friends at EAW right there on the Pelham Parkway. One NFL signing yesterday, Patrick Peterson, re-signs with the Minnesota Vikings. He was in the mix and interested in going to Tampa Bay with Brady coming back and all the guys re-signing if they had not gone with Carlton Davis, the former Auburn star. But the Bucs re-signed with Carlton Davis, so Patrick Peterson says he's re-signing with the Vikings. I mean, it's not obviously, vintage Patrick Peterson, but the guy can still play. And this Viking team becomes very interesting because it seems like the Packers, even though they got Aaron Rodgers, it seems like they're sliding in the wrrong direction right now. Do you get that feeling
they
too?
don't have anybody to throw to. Who's Aaron Rodgers going to throw to? An aging Randall Cobb? I mean, he lost Valdez-Scantling. He lost Devontae Adams. I don't know who he's going to throw to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what scares me. I was talking to a Packers fan last night at Odie's Trivia, and I asked him that question. He's like, don't get me started. It's like, I mean, we all these receivers and free agency going everywhere. He goes, your Dolphins trading for Tyreek Hill, and we just lose guys and we don't fill back in. And, I mean, it feels like unless you execute a trade, you've missed the window here.
Yeah,
now, maybe you execute a trade. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and who knows what's going to be out there. It's a big draft, but you don't really count on a rookie coming in and replacing Devontae Adams.
Well, no, you do not. I mean, they're not going to be Devontae Adams. Of course, you didn't count on Devontae Adams being Devontae Adams either. But and that's why he said, he's like, I feel, maybe I'm wrong about this, he said, but I feel better about getting a good receiver in a draft than a good defensive back in a draft. Like, I feel like I'm going to hit better on the receiver than the defensive back because he was talking about, I think, Jair Alexander signing and keeping him. He liked that because he's like, we'll just draft receiver. It is a deep receivers draft. Of course, Green Bay is picking late in that deep receivers draft, but there are a lot of them in there.
Forrester on the back row back there telling us that Jamison Williams is where Joel Klatt's mock draft has the injured Alabama wide receiver going. He updated us on his yesterday at Pro Day on he and John Mechie's rehab both say it's going very well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good news is his rehab is going well. He's missed the combine and stuff like that, obviously, but I think that injury probably would drop him down in that window where you could go get Jamison Williams. I mean, look, almost any NFL player, you're like, I think he's going to be really good in the NFL, but I don't know. I feel like Jamison Williams is going to be really good in the NFL, but just like any other player, I don't know. I know he's got the one thing that only God can coach, and that's the speed he's got. So that sets him apart from a lot of people in the league.
Bromberg's bringing us part of the show today, and I'll get you that great gift for your anniversary, or if you're starting to think later for the holidays or popping the question, Bromberg's is there for you. And then we'll get into what the chat room thinks just happened on the phones there and what the next call will be. That's coming up after this.
Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Also view their online store today, brombergs.com.
Michael says that was LT pranking me on his birthday, that was an LT phone call pranking me on his birthday.
I'm going to say no.
His first thing he's going to do, he woke up, goes, I want to call the show today.
No,
on your off week? Yes, I want to call the show.
Right.
He and I were texting about 6:50, 7 o'clock this morning, which was shocking.
Him that early.
It was shocking that he was up that early.
Was it who do you like tonight? That kind of text?
No, he was wanting to play off of my picks.
Yeah.
No. I think he and the roommate and the dog had been out on the beach early this morning.
So here's the flaw in that theory there, Rockstar. I would almost be willing to lay out everything in my wallet, cards included, that Lance can't give you the phone number to call in.
I know I couldn't.
There you go. If you can. I know, Lance.
We have a phone number?
I have to look down every time. 205-734-0923. The other one is Chris says next caller is going to ask Brown about your extended car warranty. Anybody else getting those calls lately?
Oh, we get them on this phone.
Yeah, that and student loan debt, which I have none of. My parents were very kind and paid for my college, so I know it's a complete scam when they want to refinance my student loan debt.
Yeah, I no longer have student loan debt either. But I did at one point and actually got scammed one time when I was in Lexington.
What was the scam?
Because I didn't this is going to shock you. I didn't do a great job of paperwork.
Yeah.
And I got called one day at work saying I had one that was about to whatever, expire or whatever, that I had to have $5,000 by Friday.
Got to make the check to Clarence.
Or they were going to start taking out a lien on my check.
Uh-oh.
And so I started scrambling and ended up sending them $5,000 and never heard anything back from them ever again.
Yeah, that's weird. They never called you back. Yeah.
Dumbest move I ever made. Cashier's check.
Oh my God.
That way made it super easy on them. Can I just bring you cash?
Yeah,
Would that be a problem?
Cashier's check there. Okay, a couple poll questions. Let's get an update brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. I'll tell you what you're saying right now in our vote, and then we'll talk to Charles Barkley coming up on the other side.
Hey, listen, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, you can check out Cowan's Equipment Rental Fleet Hit List for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from Cowan's rental fleet. It is for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call Cowan 800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right, 2 poll questions out there. One of them, do you have a problem with Eric Church canceling Saturday's show to watch his beloved North Carolina team play Duke in the Final Four? 62% of you say no. First 300 votes there say no. Which one of these dark horse college football contenders do you believe really has a shot to be in the college football playoffs? Arkansas, Utah, BYU, or an ACC team not named Clemson? I'll give you the result of that one coming up a little bit later. But Charles Barkley is up next on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the show, we're about to talk with Charles Barkley about everything going on in the world. Everything from the Final Four to Eric Church to, I don't know, let's work into a little Will Smith and Chris Rock with Charles Barkley as well. We bring in our buddy who you see on the Turner broadcast of the Final Four this weekend. You see him on TNT with the NBA, and our longtime friend Charles Barkley. Sir Charles, first let me tell you, I just got back from Las Vegas. I was there for the first opening weekend. In the sports book, I was 4 wins, 21 losses in the sports books there. I littered losing tickets all over your third favorite town in America, Las Vegas.
Yo, man, I said coming into this tournament, there would be like 20 teams that could win it. There was no great teams. There was not even close to a great team. So I think that somebody had 20 million brackets I saw. And after the first weekend, 19.9 million were all wrong. But that's what makes this tournament great. I mean, every year there's obviously St. Peter's was a Cinderella story. You know, Gonzaga going out early, even Auburn losing early is brutal. Very, you know, and listen, let me address the Auburn thing. Bruce Pearl has done, it was a disappointing tournament, I want to first, but I try to be, think about, we're so spoiled at Auburn now because of Bruce Pearl. We actually won an NCAA game and we're disappointed. I mean, you think about that. Bruce Pearl, and listen, like I say, it was a disappointing they didn't go further, but I try to be a half empty, half glass full. That's how far Bruce has brought this program. We won a game in the NCAA tournament and lost, and everybody's disappointed. So even though it was disappointing, you got to give Bruce his flowers and say, yo, man, you're doing a great job, even though it ended sadly. But that's how far he's brought the basketball program.
After the injury to Villanova, it's hard to see them winning this thing, Charles. But all other 3, to me, it's hard to separate these 3 teams. Kansas, Duke, and North Carolina, they've all got their flaws. They've all got their pluses. Duke's got this extra, Mike Krzyzewski weight on their shoulders, but it's kind of hard to separate these other 3 teams.
100% agree with you. I have zero idea who's going to win. Kansas might be the quietest number 1 seed ever. Yeah. Like, nobody has mentioned Kansas until they got to the Final Four. They played great every game. I don't think any of their games have been close, if I remember correctly. But obviously this weekend is going to be about Duke, North Carolina. But like I say, it's unfortunate that Justin got hurt for Villanova. But, man, I think they were going to have a very difficult time with them anyway. because, man, Kansas is playing great. But so are North Carolina, and Duke.
Yeah.
So it's going to be great Saturday. It's going to be great. I cannot wait. I always tell people Saturday at the Final Four is one of the greatest things I've ever been a part of. It's nothing like it. When you have 15, 20,000 fans spread out cheer for their team when it starts around 6 o'clock, man, the energy in that building is crazy. And you factor in this year, they're going to be drunk. They're going to spend all day at Bourbon Street. I mean, think about that. They're going to be, woo. I mean, the games don't start till 6 o'clock at night. So people are going to be getting blasted all day and then come in there drunk. So it's going to be exciting. And I cannot wait to get there.
Yeah, and North Carolina and Duke makes it special. I finally got to go to a Final Four when Auburn was up in Minneapolis, and it is a life-changing experience if you're a sports fan to just go to that Saturday of the Final Four. I want to ask you, when I'm watching your show and y'all did your brackets and Kenny had North Carolina going as far as he did, I was like, what a homer pick. I didn't see North Carolina making this run. Did you take him serious when he had North Carolina going that far, or did you think, too, that that's just a homer pick?
Yeah, I think that was just a homer pick, to be honest with you. He got lucky, but they have played great. Yeah, listen, and obviously we talked throughout the season about it, and I think he's pleasantly surprised. But they have played great. But yeah, I think when he initially picked it, it was clearly a homer pick.
Yeah.
But you know what? Hey, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. But them against Duke is going to be an amazing thing. This Coach K thing, to see his pure joy has really been a pleasant surprise for me to watch that. I mean, he is so enjoying his last ride. It's been pretty special. And like I say, hey, I think they got to be the favorite, to be honest with you.
Doesn't it say something about Hubert Davis that this team wasn't what it has turned into in December? And even though he's in his first year coaching, that a lot of coaches would have not rallied the locker room to have the second half of the season they had in this tournament run. To me, that tells, Coach K is going to get all the accolades and stuff, but to me, that says all I need to know about the head coach of North Carolina.
Well, I think the main thing is winning that game at that last game of the year. To me, that was the turning point for them. To go into that environment and winning that game, I think, I've said it on the show, I'm not just saying it now, I think going into Duke with probably one of the craziest environments we've ever seen in sports, and to win that game gave them so much confidence. That's my honest opinion. I think that turned the switch over because they had a decent season before that. They lost some games they shouldn't have lost. But I personally think winning that game at Duke with all the pressure, think about it, had like 150 to 200 players there, national television all day. The student body was going crazy. And to win that game had to take their confidence to a whole nother level.
Charles Barkley is with us, the Hall of Famer, the great, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. For some reason, I'm gonna act like Kenny Smith for a second. Do I get an RV? Would you use one? If we sent you one, would you use it, Charles?
Send you an RV.
I'd have to have a driver, brother. That thing probably not. That thing's probably not. I will tell you what's funny. So they're always trying to get me to do another book. And I said, my books are very personal. I've written 5 so far. They all did really well. And I have nothing that I really want to talk about right now, to be honest with you, that I think is important or significant. But I did have an idea. I said, what if I got in an RV, went to every state, and played the best golf course in every state?
You would do that? You would do that for us, Charles?
You're a giver.
No, seriously. No. It would be just something fun to do.
Well,
just think about that. I would go to every state. I'd see, quote unquote, you do your homework and due diligence. And you say, okay, talk to some golf pros. What's the best golf course in every state? I think it'd be fascinating. I would pick 3 random strangers. I let the club vote who they wanted to play with me. And I think it'd be fun just to do it.
Well, I mean, you're in the production industry now. You produce some television series and such. Why not? I mean, that would be a fantastic series. Barkley Plays America.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm working on my Bill Russell documentary right now that I'm really excited about. I got like 3 documentaries I'm working on, and I'm really excited. The production business is going really well for me. I'm just executive producer. I'm not going to be on camera. That's why I'm really leery about putting the golf thing. I'm just executive producing project right now. Round Mound Media that's all we're doing right now. So I got 2 or 3 documentaries that I'm working on, but that's it right now.
You spent a significant amount of time in the state of Georgia. The best course in Georgia is Augusta National. Have you played it, and do you have an end there? Because that may be a tough one to start with.
Well, I was supposed to play it Monday.
Oh, no.
But I can't do it. It's just too much for me, to be honest with you, because the season ends not this Monday, the following Monday. So I was invited to play Monday, so the season ends on a Sunday. The NBA season ends next Sunday. So I got to work Sunday to 2:00 in the morning. I would have to leave Atlanta by 6 to make my tee time. But the problem is I've got to be back to work Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, and I talked to Ernie about it, and he says, you got to do it. I said, man, that's just too much. I mean, like I said, we know you guys, we work to 2 in the morning. We work from 7 to 2 in the morning, and to get like no sleep probably and drive 2 hours, play Augusta, I'd be exhausted, but then I won't get a chance to enjoy it. So I told him I really appreciate the awesome offer, but I'm gonna wait to it because I want to enjoy it. I don't want to be rushed. I want to enjoy the experience when I play Augusta.
Well, I don't want to get too personal, but do you feel like it's an invite that will stand? Like you'll get this invite again? I mean, it's not a once in a lifetime, right?
I think it's probably a one-time thing. It's a company that I just did a commercial for.
Okay.
And so we shot the commercial that's going to air doing the Masters.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if they're going to come back next year. It depends on how good the commercials are, I guess.
I guess so.
Exactly.
I'd be pulling for those commercials. I'll pull for them for you, Charles.
So I'm excited about it. The commercials, I think they're going to be funny. But hey, listen, I'm patient. I do want to play Augusta to be a dream come true. It's so interesting with the Tiger stuff coming out.
Oh yeah.
So talking to all my guys who play the Masters, they said the one thing that I don't know if either one of you guys been there. They say it's the hilliest course they ever play.
Yep.
And you never get that from watching it on television. And I think that's why Tiger went there to see if his legs can hold up, because apparently it is the most hilly course you're ever going to play. But it doesn't look like that on TV. When they were telling me that, because I was asking about how about Tiger, they're like, Chuck, you got to understand, Augusta you can't tell from television. It's the hilliest course it's the hilliest course we play all year. And I was like, wow, it doesn't look like that on television. So I see why Tiger's having a hard decision whether his legs can hold up or not for 4 straight days.
Can you do me a favor? Can you click your camera back on? If some reason we lost it, it may be on our end or your end. Can you do that? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
Good to see you.
I'm sorry.
Good to see you.
No,
again.
that's okay. I wanted to ask you 2 quick questions because you always have a fascinating thought process when it comes to race in our country. First, my favorite football team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Bruce Arians is stepping down and Todd Bowles is taking over. And Bruce says he always wanted Todd to take over for him. He's done a great job of trying to promote diversity, Bruce Arians has in his time as being a head coach, both with African-American coaches and also with women assistant coaches. He wanted Todd to take over with Tom Brady at quarterback, with a good team, not taking over a bad team. I'd love your thoughts on just the opportunity that Bowles is getting of taking over a team that is a playoff Super Bowl contender and not having to do a building job.
Well, number one, we need more black coaches. They need the opportunity. They need opportunities, plain and simple. Same thing with the college level as far as when it comes to football. We just need more black coaches. They deserve the opportunity. White coaches get an opportunity to fail and come back and get jobs, but black coaches always get the crappy jobs. I'm glad he gave him a good job and not one where he's good luck and then 3 years you get fired. I think it's important to these black guys. They've earned it, get their opportunity. And listen, if they're not good at it, they deserve to get fired also. But the problem we've been having is they have not been getting the opportunity. I'm happy for Todd Bowles. Listen, BA, we don't call him Bruce Arians, we call him BA, is one of my favorite people in the world. He really talks about diversity a lot, and I'm with black coaches and women. And for him to be in a position of power to think like that, I think is really important. Listen, we can't complain about black people if we don't give them economic opportunity. We can't say that they're not doing this and this and this unless they get economic opportunity, which is really what this is about. So I'm happy about that situation. I really appreciate you asking me that question also.
Yeah, and I have one other, because everyone saw, either on replay or not, what happened with Will Smith and Chris Rock. And it turned into, in some forums, a race discussion. And to me, it was just one man who was pissed off that somebody said something about his wife, and he slapped a man. Does that have to be a black discussion, or that could have been two white people, couldn't it?
Well, number one, I'm so glad you asked that question. See, this is the stupidity that I have to deal with when we having these race discussions. Has nothing to do with race. Let me just say this. I love Chris Rock. I've known him for a long time. I love Will Smith. I've known him since he was a teenager when he was singing national anthem at Sixers game. So Will Smith was 100% wrong. That's it. Listen, I'm not going to let these fools turn it into a race discussion. I'm not going to let these fools turn it into you protecting your woman. Will Smith was 100% wrong. He just did something really, really wrong and stupid. That's it. Now, see, this is the problem, guys, I have with all these fools on TV and radio and things like that. Don't muddy the water. Don't muddy the water, making it about race or protecting women or whatever. Will Smith was just wrong, period. I don't want to have any more discussion about black or white and this and this. And no. Will Smith, love Will Smith. He was just wrong. And I hate these idiots and fools and jackasses on television and radio trying to make it about race, about protecting women and things like that. Chris Rock is a comedian. They insult everybody at the Oscars. But Will Smith was 100% wrong, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to that's the problem we have in this country a lot of time when we're trying to have a conversation. And that's my phrase. I say, don't muddy the water. Answer the question, because you can find a reason for everything, Jim. You can find a reason for everything. Will Smith was just wrong. I don't want to counsel him. What he did, I love him and Chris Rock, but what Will Smith did was wrong, plain and simple. And anybody, me and Shaq got into a little disagreement the other day because Shaq was like, yeah, he was defending his woman. I said, let me just tell you this. Anybody, I said it three times, think what Will Smith did is just an idiot and a fool. And he says, okay, I understand. You're right. Because you can't do that. And I'm going to leave it at that. Love Will Smith, love Chris Rock, but Will Smith was 100% wrong, brother.
He is the great Charles Barkley. Enjoy the Final Four, Charles. We always appreciate the time.
Anytime, brothers. Hey, where the hell is Lance at?
He's on vacation.
Spring break. Got the kids down at the beach.
Today's his birthday. You ought to shoot him a text because it's a significant number for him.
Oh, man.
Wow. Yeah. Give him some grief.
Man, I just had 59. I'm like, damn, I can't believe I'm 60 years old.
Well, he's tracking you down. You may want to give him some grief.
Hey, guys, I appreciate you guys. Y'all keep up the great work. I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right, buddy. Thank you, Charles.
Enjoy
Take
New
care.
Orleans. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Charles Barkley, the great, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, tell us about Johnston RV, a chance to put somebody in a RV to tour around America. A great way to spend your summer.
I like Charles' idea. I'll volunteer to go with him. Best course in every state.
I bet you would.
drive him?
I'll drive him. And at JohnstonRVCenter.com, this is where you say, well, they'll get to the courses quicker than anybody. Millennium Falcon. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Rodney and Nick Johnston, family owned. Deal there, man. They are so good at what they do. Financing is available. They are home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. 2 great locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, I want to remind you we got soccer in town this Saturday night down at Protective Stadium. The Protective is about to be really busy.
You're right, man.
I love the fact that the new stadium in downtown Birmingham is about to have event after event. Legion FC, is the anchor team there now, and you get to see professional soccer this Saturday night. $7 ticket starts you to get inside to watch the Legion take on recent USL champion Louisville. So you can get that, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com for tickets. Saturday night, 6:30 with the sun setting and under the lights there. It is a fascinating show. If you love professional events, if you've never been to a soccer game, go catch one with the Birmingham Legion, bhmlegion.com. That's happening Saturday night at Protective Stadium. Then, of course, all the USFL games will be there. There's a documentary that's being shot by NFL Films. It's going to be sort of Hard Knocks. United in Football, it's called. They announced that yesterday. The USFL, along with Fox and NFL Films, in Birmingham, following the players, the teams. The first episode of camp will air leading into that first broadcast of the Stallions game on Fox. If you're watching the version of Fox, it'll be a 1-hour weekly show. Just about the players, the personality, and what's going on behind the scenes of the USFL. And it's being done by NFL Films, so it's going to be fantastic.
Man, I'm excited about it. It's the first I've heard of this, obviously. I guess I missed the release on that, but I'm excited about that. I say that. I don't watch Hard Knocks anymore, but Hard Knocks has become a little too formulaic for me, and this may kind of revive that. I don't know. I'm interested in that.
And by the way, if you're not a Hard Knocks fan, as of late, they dropped the trailer yesterday for the Detroit Lions Hard Knocks, and maybe I'm just in the mood for a good trailer these days because I love the Ozark trailer and I love the Top Gun trailer. This Hard Knocks trailer for the Detroit Lions was fantastic. I'll show it to you in a break there. It's just good stuff. All right, a lot to still do today. Pete Fiutak talking college football with us at the top of the hour. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu, and we'll get caught up with you guys. You can join the conversation, 205-734-0923. That was Charles Barkley. This is The Next Round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on TNR. I'll tell you, our listeners, they get so dialed in to sponsors we have. We played Evan Neal soundbite from way back in the very first segment, his pro day yesterday. He's about to be a multimillionaire when he goes in the first round of the NFL draft. We were talking about his diet, but a couple of people in the chat room over there, all they said, they just saw his hairline, and they started in the chat room saying, boy, Evan Neal needs to call Dr. B. Dr. B would hook him up, though.
He would.
If that's what Evan wants,
Yeah.
Dr. B would hook him up.
T3 Hair, I think Evan will be okay after that contract he's about to sign. T3 Hair Preservation is Dr. B. Dr. Beckenstein, first of all, just a fantastic guy and really wants to help you get that good, thick head of hair. If you're with us on the video stream, you see some video of Lance's consultation. T3 Hair Preservation. T3hair.net is the website. T3hair.net. Get a consultation just like Lance did and see if Dr. B can help you. T3hair.net.
And happy birthday to Lance Taylor. I mean, you mentioned it to Barkley. I think we loosely said it to start off the top of the show. We talked about it yesterday, as I got an alert yesterday to remind me to text LT today that it's his birthday.
And you did that early, too.
Get that out of the way early. Hit him early this morning. Well, I didn't think he would answer back instantly. I figured he was asleep and would answer when he woke up. I mean, I'm surprised, really, that Lance was up that early and that Barkley joins us as early as he does on this show. He's always a 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock guy on the show. And listen, if I was Charles Barkley, I don't think I'd be up right now. I think I would be and I used to be this when I was single and did late local news. I would go to bed about 2:30, 3 o'clock every morning and wake up at about 11, do a shower, and grab lunch on the way back into work. I mean, a lot of my me time was 10:45 when I left NBC 13, wherever we went on the town, and until 3 o'clock in the morning. I didn't, and Charles, I guess, is, locked into work right now, and he's not vacationing or anything, but I was a 3 in the morning bed guy, wake up at 11 guy when I was single.
If you were Browns, do you think there'd ever be a situation, as Chuck said, that you have such a full weekend and you're going to be so tired that I don't think I could play on Monday?
No, look, Charles, that tells me Charles thinks he'll get this invite again. I know he said it might have been a once in a lifetime. I go to TNT. I mean, he's Charles freaking Barkley. I go to TNT and say, hey, I got to have a day off. I mean, it can be Kenny and Shaq. I know it's the playoffs. I'll make it up to you, if you guys need to take it out of my next contract, if you want the money back for that day, whatever.
I'll do the hit from Augusta National.
I mean, I'll do almost anything. I am playing Augusta National. And even for instance, he talked about they're done at 2. He's got to get up at 6. I could do it on 4 hours sleep easy.
Yep. Or just stay up.
Yeah, just drive through the night, whatever. Go to T-Bones.
You wouldn't sleep that night before anyway.
That's exactly right. I mean, if you think I'm going to sleep the night before, like I've got a really good friend of mine, and I'm exceptionally jealous of this, and I've told my friend this. He's playing 2 weeks after the Masters. He's playing Augusta National.
And do they leave the course set up?
I mean, I think it's going to be fairly close to tournament conditions. I don't think it'll be exact tournament conditions, but you'll get a pretty good taste of it. And he's doing which I've had several friends that do this, you go stay in one of the cabins the night before, eat dinner at the club, play the next day, and then come home. And Charles wasn't getting that experience, and maybe that's what Charles is talking about. Maybe he wants the grand experience where you go stay in the cabin the night before.
That's right.
So, but Charles saying no to that tells me he gets to do it again. But to answer your question, there is an absolute no. I'll tell you one of the funniest jokes ever played on me.
Yeah, but to your point, before you move to the joke, there's nothing that you would not cancel to play Augusta National on a time that we're talking about Eric Church canceling a show to go to the Final Four, and people are complaining. It's the same thing. I mean, I don't know Eric Church's personal life, but he obviously loves North Carolina basketball, and it's North Carolina and Duke for the first time in the NCAA tournament. It's in the Final Four, and it's Coach K's last year. If you've grown up hating Coach K or hating Duke, and your team is now surprisingly in the Final Four, and they're playing each other, that's almost his equivalent of Augusta National, and you would move heaven and earth around in your schedule to go play Augusta National. That's what Eric Church is doing, to be there for that North Carolina Duke game.
One of the greatest jokes ever played on me was by voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart. Not Gutter Cap Chris Stewart, but Crimson Tide Network Chris Stewart. My oldest, who is about to be a high school senior, we found out the end of the week that she was going to be induced if Jennifer didn't go into labor on Monday, right? They had scheduled. It was a scheduled, going to go in and we're going to induce. Somehow, and I can't remember the exact detail of how Chris found that out, but we found that out like on a Friday, and somehow Chris found out. And I had not told him, obviously, but Chris calls me and I see his number and I answer. And, my head's swimming. I'm about to have my first kid and all, so I'm way off my radar. He goes, hey, buddy, what's happening? I was like, oh, no, not much. He goes, hey, listen, I am sorry to do this to you last minute, but you're not going to believe this. It's incredible. And I cannot tell you how well he sold this. He's like, Monday, and he gave me the name. I'm not going to say the name on the air. But
he dropped an Alabama booster probably.
Yeah, that is an Augusta National member. He has, we got a seat on a plane, and then he gave me another name, had to cancel. And he's told me to fill it. If you're in for Monday, I've got us on Augusta.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. And he couldn't hold it together. He just started laughing. I was like, man, that was so well played. And I'm telling you, man, Chris, now I was a little
Chris is good like that, yes.
But Chris sold it so well. And even with the names, he had the names lined up and ready to go. I mean, I'll have to give Chris Stewart credit. That was so well played.
Yeah. Did you think briefly that, Jennifer, could we push this one more day?
Listen, I love me some golf, and I want to play Augusta National. Me going to my 9-month pregnant wife and saying, I'm going to need one more day.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I would have.
You should understand.
I would have made the ask, and you hold it one more day.
Yeah.
I'd have made the ask.
I'm going to hold this over your head, by the way.
Yeah, she was pretty miserable. You've heard the miserable pregnant, the term miserable. She was miserable pregnant. So, no, I was not going to do that one.
All right. Part of our show always brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, and they always bring you Rockstar's viewing menu. What is Rockstar watching tonight?
Yeah, and you can see that New Life Art piece of work. We showed it to you yesterday. Crimson Connection, featuring Bryce Young throwing what was a critical touchdown to John Mechie, the go-ahead in the SEC championship game over the Georgia Bulldogs. And you can get it for yourself right now, newlifeart.com. That is newlifeart.com to see all of Daniel Moore's work, including Crimson Connection. Use the code CC10 for 10% off your Crimson Connection order, CC10. Now, this expires Sunday, so do it now. newlifeart.com with the code CC10, Rockstar.
Discovery Plus has a new show premiering tonight called Inventions That Changed History. Now, it's not what you think. Episode 1 will focus on inventions such as waterbeds, barf bags, the big mouth Billy Bass, the Super Soaker, sea monkeys, and the slip and slide.
Those are all inventions that are on the show?
That changed history.
That's changed history. That's weird because my EAW drive-in today, my video was on the most underrated invention of your lifetime. Not of all time, but the one that you saw in your lifetime that you would say, hey, this one doesn't get the love it deserves.
Yeah, like we always talk about how air conditioning is probably one of the greatest invention by men.
I say it's top 3.
Air conditioning.
Indoor plumbing. Will, air conditioning, and air travel. I think those are the 3 biggest ones.
Yeah, but most of those didn't happen none of those happened in the lifetime.
But I asked for the ones that happened in your lifetime, and some of those, I guess, were in my lifetime.
Well, one that just baffles me, it's not really an invention, it's a accomplishment, is the Interstate System.
Oh, it's crazy.
I mean, how long that just, because it's everywhere, connects you to everywhere. Just know, like, we're in Alabama, we can get to Washington through this. That's insane to me.
Yeah, but actually, it was designed as part of national defense.
Yeah, well, Eisenhower, correct?
Yes.
The second is, there's a new show on TBS on 8 p.m. tonight that they don't advertise that much. Rat in the Kitchen. It's a new reality competition show. Chef Ludo Librevre and comedian Latasha Leggero, friend of the show.
Oh, she's been in studio.
Yes.
She's the one we had to dump, right? Yeah. She
her and Lonnie Love.
Yeah, it was her and Lonnie Love, and Natasha Leggero was doing a rap. You remember she was just completely off the cuff doing a rap song and said something that we had to dump back in the Jocks days. Yep.
We had to take them out that night. That was an interesting,
I've heard that
night.
story. Yep.
They welcomed 6 new chefs to compete for a shot at $50,000 in this culinary whodunit. Will a fishy faux pas be enough for the rat to avoid being identified and scurry home with the dough? So I'm guessing one of these chefs is supposed to be
screwing things up.
Yeah, so I don't know how they're going to make a whole series out of this, but that premieres tonight on TBS.
I really liked her, though, Natasha Leggero. I like both of them. They were really nice
people. She's a very funny comedian, fun to hang out with.
Yeah.
So is Lonnie Love.
Paul says Rat in the Kitchen is terrible. He's watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am so surprised. The best part was Lonnie Love, we went to a bar, and some guy accosted her. Like, people were recognizing her because she's on all these shows like I Love the 80s and I Love the 90s. They remember her, and they said, "You're a comedian, right?" And she said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, tell me your best joke."
Oh, don't
like
do
seriously,
that.
tell me your best joke.
Don't
So
do
she
that.
took her eyelashes off, looked at me, and goes, "I'm ready to go." I will take y'all back to the hotel. Yeah, they just took them off, and she was like, "I'm ready to go," because it was so crowded. And this guy was like, "No, seriously, come on. I'm not a big fan of female comedians. Tell me your best joke."
Oh, that is the worst thing.
So we left.
Yeah, ready to go back to the
Had
hotel.
to get Natasha off the dance floor.
Took the eyelashes off. That is so good.
Yeah, she was a dancer, wasn't she?
She was a ball of energy.
Yeah. All right. It's the lock of the day time. LT's going to send it out on his birthday. I think he has a considerable winning record on his birthday all time.
Yeah,
and
but he's on the road, which is tricky for him.
Yeah,
too.
when he's on the road is not good.
Yeah.
But he's good on his birthday. So, as always, play with caution. Lock of the day sent out later on. Lance'sLock.com, at the Lance Taylor on Twitter, at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. Brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services. Adam and Chad, they run the business right. They fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. What more do you want than that? Hemp Hill Services, Birmingham's trusted name since 1954. 205-229-2090, 229-2090 for the great folks at Hemp Hill Services for plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. All right. Football conversation coming up. Pete Fiutak at the top of the hour. But we have a poll question that's out there about dark horses to make the college football playoffs. Bleacher Report gives me give me 5 names. I want you to, in whatever you design or decide is a dark horse to make a college football playoff, in the commercial break, write down 5 names for me that you think are dark horses that can make the college football playoff.
Lost my pen.
Okay. I will give you a pen in the commercial break as well.
Okay, I don't know where it is. I'll write it. I'll do it on the whiteboard.
You can do it on the dry erase board if you would like. Yes.
I haven't used that in a while.
All right. So
5 dark horses.
5 dark horses. However you describe dark horses to make the college football playoffs. We'll talk about that coming up in the show. I'd love to see it in the chat room as well. You can do that. Don't forget. In our nextroundlive.com podcast section, you can hear conversations about football from Brandon Marcello, Ryan McGee, and Matt Hayes. That's all there ready for you, ready to go.
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Yes.
Ret to go.
R-E-T.
I'm ret to go.
We're back in a moment, 149 days from week 0 right here on the Next Round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, and Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Paul's got a good list of the exercise we're doing over in the chat room. 5 teams that he thinks could be wild cards to make the playoffs. No comments on these. But
hold my comment.
Hold your comments on these. Paul goes Washington. They lacked a quarterback. Now they have Penix there. USC, Utah, Wisconsin, and Texas. Hard to call some of those dark horses, but that's where we are. Philip says dark horse playoff teams are any teams not named Alabama, Clemson, Georgia, Oklahoma, and Ohio State.
There's some truth to that.
There is truth in that. Oklahoma, though, I would think with a coaching change, still wouldn't put them in the dark horse category.
No, not at all.
So go jump in right now and the chat room and let us know what's going on as far as dark horses you think could be in the Final Four of the college football playoffs. We've got a list from the Bleacher Report we'll talk about. But first, Rockstar's guy gets us ready for this offseason.
It is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is the third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why, rent when you could buy. Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make. So make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
We make house calls, absolutely. All right. I've got 5, you've got 5, and the folks at Bleacher Report have 5, and we have a poll question up with some of that there. Give me yours first, and I'll tell you what the Bleacher Report folks say. Who are 5 quote-unquote dark horses, however you define that you think could make a run at the college football playoffs in 2022?
Number 5. You want all 5 or just
all 5?
All
yes.
5. Number 5 for me, the Arkansas Razorbacks.
Interesting.
Well, I go Arkansas for this reason. They host Alabama, so if much like Texas A&M did last year, you just catch it on the right night, you beat Alabama. The Texas A&M game is neutral site. It's a game you won last year, so you don't have to go to College Station. So that's what I'm looking at in Arkansas's division, Dunaway. They get to host the favorite and play neutral site against the second favorite. So that's pretty big within your division there. I mean, look, we're talking dark horses. It's going to take a monumental effort by Arkansas to do this, something they've not done. But I think the schedule favors them, and I think Sam Pittman has this program headed in the right direction.
He does have some named out-of-conference games in Cincinnati and BYU.
He does.
So that gives you a chance to get potentially 2 top 25 wins outside of the conference.
Yeah, and you'll have plenty in your division, obviously. Oklahoma State at
first,
number 4.
On Arkansas, I will tell you, they're on the list for Bleacher Report.
I'm okay with that. Now, look, I mean, again, everything's got to fall right for them. I just like their schedule. I like KJ Jefferson coming back at quarterback. I like the trajectory Sam Pittman has this program on.
They lost all their Traylons, though.
They did. Treylon Burks.
Treylon Burks to the NFL, and Treylon Smith, the running back, to TCU.
Yeah, Treylon Burks, heck of a receiver, too. That's a big loss for them. Oklahoma State Cowboys I've got coming in at number 4. This is a team that was in the Big 12 championship game last year.
And they have not fared well, obviously, historically against their arch rival, Oklahoma. But what I do like about the Big 12 as it pertains to Oklahoma State is you've only got to beat Oklahoma once to get into the college football playoff. It happens to be in the championship game, obviously, but I mean, with Brent Venables taking over, if Oklahoma falls off at all, maybe that opens the door for Oklahoma State. So I got them at number 4. Number 3, the Iowa Hawkeyes. I went back and forth between Iowa and Wisconsin. Iowa does have to play both Michigan and Ohio State. Wisconsin only has to play Ohio State. But I'm going to stick with Kirk Ferentz to do it back-to-back years and get Iowa in that position. So I'll go the Hawkeyes at number 3. NC State's going to be a sexy pick in the ACC.
They are.
You know, it becomes a one-game deal for them. They got to find a way to beat Clemson.
Same division.
So if they can beat Clemson, then now all of a sudden the road is wide open for them. But that's what very few teams in that division have been able to figure out. And the number 1, I got the Utah Utes. And you say, wait a minute, Utah may be the favorite in the Pac-12.
Right.
While that may be the case, the Pac-12's history of making the college football playoff isn't exactly good. 2 teams historically have done it.
I had a hard time calling Utah a dark horse, but that's a great point.
I think the conference is a dark horse.
Yeah, and Utah is on the Morgan Mariotti Bleacher Report list. So too is NC State. Iowa and Oklahoma State's not. And I'm always interested, who does Morgan consider to be dark horse or not? With Oklahoma State where they are they a dark horse or not? Is Iowa where they are a dark horse or not? I think if you haven't been to the college football playoffs, I can put you in the dark horse category.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, some people have Washington who's actually been there. I just think the Pac-12 as a whole, when you've only had 2 teams in this playoff, I mean, the SEC had 2 just this year. They had 2 playing for the national championship. You've only had 2 in the history of the playoff. That makes your whole conference, to me, a dark horse.
The final 4 dark horses from the folks at Bleacher Report. The Utah Utes is on there, like on your list. The Arkansas Razorbacks, like on your list. Morgan goes with the Miami, Florida Hurricanes. More on them in a moment.
Yeah, if it likes a little too early, yeah.
NC State Wolfpack on your list there. Michigan State with Mel Tucker on the list. Did so much with the portal last year, trying to do it again this year. They get Ohio State at home, and they go to Michigan and to Penn State. So that that decides whether you win your division. And then another one that's on here is BYU, the Cougars, who make my list because of their schedule. To me, their schedule, it looks tough. It has a lot of names on it, but there's not one game on there that you say that BYU can't win, right?
Well, let me look at their schedule
for instance,
here.
Arkansas, you're going to say,
oh, sure, they can win that game.
I mean, Arkansas's got. I'm talking about Arkansas' schedule. They've got Alabama.
Gotcha, yeah.
They've got Texas A&M. I mean, they have, maybe LSU or Auburn is better than expected. Ole Miss is good. I mean, then they got to get Georgia in the SEC championship game. For Arkansas to make the playoffs, they've got to navigate so much, plus BYU and Cincinnati out of conference. For BYU, they have a lot of name brands that aren't like top shelf name brands.
Well, for BYU, they're at Oregon. I mean, I don't know what Dan Lanning is going to do. Well, first of all, they host Baylor before they even go to Oregon. I mean, that's a Big 12 champion you're hosting there at Oregon, one of the top teams in the Pac-12, one of the favorites to win the Pac-12, and you got to go on the road there. You play Notre Dame, but you play them in Las Vegas. You don't get to play that game at home. It is at least a neutral site against Notre Dame. You host Arkansas, which is not going to be a favorite in the SEC, but, I mean, it's a team that we think enough of to have them on this list. So there are a lot of trip-ups for BYU. That is a really good schedule, though, for them. I mean, if they want to participate in this thing, you go undefeated against that schedule, I think you got a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
I really do. I think an undefeated BYU with that schedule, assuming not all these teams just completely crap out, I think you got a decent shot.
Yeah, that's a very good but manageable schedule for BYU. And BYU's on my list. I'll give you my list after Brownie tells you about the great folks at NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway getting ready to host the NASCAR World coming up in April.
Yeah, it's your first chance to see that next-gen car on the huge Banks Talladega. The Geico 500 is Sunday, April 24th at 2 o'clock Central Time. That's the green flag. Enhance that race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience. It is the most immersive at NASCAR. Get your tickets now, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or Talladega Superspeedway.com.
I have BYU, I have Utah, I have NC State, I have Miami like Morgan does, simply because Miami's in the other division.
Right.
And if you navigate that and you take your one shot to win the ACC, you may find yourself in the playoffs. And then I put another team on there. I put the Oregon Ducks on there. Can you call Oregon a dark horse? I think you can. New coach, new quarterback.
Yeah.
They've been to the playoffs before.
Yeah, they have.
Can you call Oregon the dark horse?
Again, I mean, I've got to be consistent, right? I just called that whole conference a dark horse. So, yeah. I'd call Oregon a dark horse. They didn't feel like one when they were dancing on the O at Ohio Stadium last year, though.
They didn't. They
didn't
won
feel
that
like
game.
a dark horse then.
Yeah, and they get some opportunities on their schedule out of conference this year. But Rockstar, give me cut number 9. Dan Lanning is the head coach of the Oregon Ducks. He left Georgia, and now he's got Bo Nix battling a big Oregon recruit to be the starting quarterback. You know, Bo has a long history with our show here. We appreciate him helping us launch the platform here. And he's settling into camp in the green and gold up there in Eugene. And hear his head coach, Dan Lanning, talk about what Bo Nix has brought to the Pac-12 contender Oregon Ducks.
Coach, obviously Bo Nix is a guy that you've gone against 3 times. You've obviously spent a tremendous amount of time thinking about him, game planning against him. Just curious how your perception of him as a player, as a person, has maybe changed now that you've had some time to work with him more hands-on.
You know, Bo's really what I thought he was. He's, you know, an extreme competitor, super smart. He works really hard at it, and I think he's really intentional. I think he would tell you he has a lot of things he can get better at, and I certainly agree. There's a lot of things that he can improve on, but he's attacking those every day, so I'm pleased to see that.
Let's Dan Lanning about Bo Nix. Everything you hear from camp so far is that Bo's leadership has him ahead in that race up there, and it's a race. It's a battle to who's going to be the starting quarterback in Oregon. And it's going to be one of those where I don't think they name a starter coming out.
Coming out of spring?
Yeah, coming out of
I'm with
spring.
you. Yeah.
It's going to be one of those that you don't want to lose your big-time prospect, the quarterback of the future, because you got 1 year with Bo.
And you also,
or possibly 2, I guess.
Yeah, and you also don't want to just hand it to the guy that just transferred in. I mean, you want the team to at least think he earned it. And you know you're not going to lose Bo Nix.
That's right.
Bo can't transfer again. I mean, he's done the transfer. He can legally, but I'm just saying realistically, you know, he's not going to do that.
Right. He's a graduate transfer, so he will have his free transfer left.
Right. I'm just saying logistically, you've just upended from Auburn and you're at Oregon. He's not going to transfer. You know, a young guy, I might lose him that hasn't transferred yet.
Right.
So I'm just saying realistically, I'm not going to lose Bo, but I could lose somebody else.
So you're going to hold – and Bo's been through battles before. He understands the game.
And you could, you know, look, Bo's a mature guy. You could obviously go to him and say, hey, look, you know how we feel about you, but – I need so-and-so to stay engaged.
Yeah, we're going to need him next year.
That's right. I need him to stay engaged. I need him to battle you. So if you'll just, you know,
play along
here. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to watch how Bo plays up there. All right, Pete Fiutak continues our college football conversation from College Football News. He's coming up on the other side. We enjoyed our trip to Odie's last night. Thanks for all the teams who played trivia with us down there with the storms blowing in. It felt a little bit like a hurricane party last night at Odie's. I don't know if you've ever – I've been on the coast once or twice when a small Cat 1, not Cat 0 storms have blown in, and everybody had those hurricane parties.
Yeah.
And it felt like that with storms closing in on us last night.
It did. One of our trivia questions, were you guys surprised? Were you guys surprised that actually Reese Witherspoon is only 5'1"? I thought she was taller than that.
No, it didn't surprise me.
Shorter than Kevin Hart by an inch.
Who is very short.
Yeah, I mean, very short. Yeah.
I knew Kevin Hart was short, but I thought Kevin Hart was Michael J. Fox, 5'5", Tom Cruise, 5'7" short. I didn't know he was 5'2".
5'2", yeah. Reese Witherspoon, 5'1". I didn't know she was that short. Like you said, she's always in heels. Odie's Tavern, right there in Crestline Village. Great place for lunch today, behind the hurricane. Go get one of Rodney's famous cheeseburgers. We love that Diablo sandwich. Great place to watch the Final Four with those big cup cocktails. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Pete Fiutak in just a second, cleaning up a little dead wood. One, I assume, former teacher or something on what we used to call AEA, a spring break back here, said that there was in Birmingham a teachers convention, an Alabama Education Association convention every AEA in Birmingham.
Oh, what a crap deal for them.
Yeah, so when you were on spring break, the teachers were going to conventions.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah. So we appreciate the update on that from back in the old days.
I assume at some point the state of Alabama was just like, hey, you know what this is really good for? Tourism to our beaches.
Yes.
And if all the schools are out at the same week, people will go to the beach.
Let's do our Michelson look ahead as we get ready to bring in Pete Fiutak to continue our college football conversation.
Go see Dr. Mark and Dr. Jen Michelson about LASIK surgery. It can change your life and improve your vision. And they're not just going to drag you in there for the money. I talked to Dr. Jennifer Michelson, explained what I've got. She said, hey, I don't think it's right for you, honestly. 969-8100. 969-8100. Just get that consultation. Find out if it works for you. MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Spring training game at noon today. Rays and Braves, Tampa and Atlanta. 1 week from tonight is the Braves home opener. Major League Baseball regular season next Thursday night for the Braves, and they'll raise the banner there. NIT championship game tonight. Texas A&M and Xavier, 6 o'clock. That's on ESPN. And if you want a good hockey game tonight, Penguins and Wild, 7 o'clock on ESPN Plus. And that's what we're looking ahead to, brought to you by our friends at Michaels.
All right, let's talk to Pete Fiutak, collegefootballnews.com, at Pete Fiutak on Twitter. What is going on, Pete? How are you?
I'm doing just fine. How you guys been?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Do you count it down the way we do? I mean, the off season can't go fast enough down here.
Considering it's what I do, I should be. I stressed out about that because I don't think there's enough time. Like right now, for me personally, this is where it's kind of my fun time of year because this is when it really is diving into all the teams and really starting the preview process later than ever this year. And it's crazy because of the transfer portal and because it's good luck. Because as soon as the depth charts come out, if they come out after spring ball, everything's going to change because God help you if you've got a quarterback you want to hang on to and he's all of a sudden number 2 on your depth chart, someone's going to come try to grab him. So it's a kind of a new world now than we've dealt with before. For good and for bad, but we'll see how this shakes out. But in the past, you kind of knew right now pretty much the lay of the land as soon as spring ball finished up and who's healthy, who's not, where the position deals are. This year, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, we were talking about that just before you came on, and Pete's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We played some sound. Obviously, Bo Nix, people around here are still keeping up with him. He's a state kid, played at Auburn. But Dan Lanning was talking about him. Obviously, we don't think he would name him the starter because it's not likely Bo Nix is going to transfer again, but somebody behind him might. That's the game you got to play as a coach right now. Even if you have to go to Bo Nix and say, look, I think you're the starter, but I want so-and-so to remain engaged. That's just kind of what you have to do in coaching now.
And it stinks because you can't be honest with these guys. And, because if you're a coach, look, these guys, no matter who they are, honestly do want the best thing possible for these players and these kids, but you got a job to do. And what you don't want is if you've got a Bo Nix, at worst, he's a great backup to have, but you also know that if you say, hey, look, we're going to probably go a different direction, that, Bo Nix might transfer. And it happens. It happens all the time where, guys go transfer one place, it didn't work out. I think UCLA last year had 19 different quarterbacks who kept flowing through there. I mean, that's just kind of part of the deal now. So get ready for the term and the phrase, well, this will be settled in fall camp. Because by that point, it's a little bit harder to do. It's a little bit harder to free agency this up. And, forgetting the fact that these guys should care about what school they go to learn and things. They don't want to have to transfer. So the thing that these guys are going to have to do is just kind of keep this open and just keep saying over and over and over and over and over again, well, we'll settle this in fall. And you're going to see depth charts with, Bo Nix or, blank or Butterfield or blank and on from there.
Yeah, Nick Saban, I think, invented the word "or" on depth charts. Pete Fiutak is with us, collegefootballnews.com. Always a great place to get any information you need leading in to the college football season, as Pete's alluding to there, especially this time of year when you're counting down the 149 days to week 0. The information is daily, sometimes multiple times a day that you get just new stuff there. Pete's working through a series right now called 22 Thoughts for 2022. And I've seen the first three, 22, 21, and 20. I love number 21, Pete. Texas and Oklahoma. You really want the SEC, question mark? Because I don't know where you think Texas and Oklahoma is right now as far as their firm footing as programs. But the SEC is that light in the tunnel coming down the tracks pretty soon. They better get it right before they join this league.
I don't get it. On absolutely any possible level other than possible business-wise, and even that doesn't necessarily work like I think it probably should. Because, look, from a fan standpoint, from a football standpoint, it's not like Texas and Oklahoma have been lighting up the national championship world, and these are programs that do honestly think and can think national championship or bust every year. They're that good. They've got the facilities. They're bound by nothing. They've got the high-end ability to be in the college football playoff discussion every single year. But as you guys know better than anybody else, you can be awesome in the SEC and win absolutely nothing. I mean, look at Texas A&M. Texas A&M had stayed in the Big 12, it would have been in the college football playoff by now. And it's won a lot of big things. It's won a lot of games. Looked great. Hasn't gotten to the SEC championship and hasn't gotten to the college football playoff. The whole Texas is back thing. Well, ask Tennessee how long it might take for a superpower to be, quote, back. It's just not that easy. And, just because you get these two superpower, caliber business-wise programs coming in, it doesn't necessarily mean that Alabama's going to quit playing football. Or, 1 year it's going to be LSU, 1 year it's going to be Auburn, 1 year it's going to be Georgia, 1 year it's going to be Florida. It's just hard to have that sustainability. And for these two programs, these two schools, Texas would be a far, far better fit for the Big Ten in terms of academics, in terms of size, in terms of every aspect, the whole Tier 1 research school. They were never able to quite put it together when they started talking several years ago, and they certainly didn't do it now. And I've always kind of thought why Oklahoma and the Pac-12 didn't land that plane. There were so many discussions about that a few years ago, but for an Oklahoma school, in terms of just upping the overall profile and brand with those media markets, with that part of the country, and for the Pac-12 to move east just a little bit, that would have been just a great fit for those two. And for the SEC academics, look, honestly, to be tough here, it's a step down for Texas. And for football-wise, you're not going to start winning national championships now that you're in the SEC.
To your point, and Pete Fiutak is with us, collegefootballnews.com, at Pete Fiutak, just the difference in the conferences. And look, this could be difference in two schools, but one happens to be in the Big 12, one's in the SEC. Gus Malzahn and Mike Gundy are the same guy. They're the same guy.
Yeah.
Except Gus Malzahn has been better against his in-state rival, who's been a college football power, than Mike Gundy has. Mike Gundy basically has had a lifetime deal at Oak State, and Gus Malzahn is fired. I mean, they're the same guy, Pete.
How about even worse than that? Look, you can't have a bad 3 weeks. Like, look at Dan Mullen at Florida. You could have made a really reasonable argument that had they pulled off that SEC championship win 2 years ago, and they certainly pushed that epic Alabama team to the wall in that game, they would have deserved a spot in the college football playoff. They probably wouldn't have gotten it, but they would have earned that spot. They had a 2-point conversion right there for the taking to at least push Alabama to overtime this year. And all of a sudden, they kind of had a little bit of adjustment in philosophy. And this is after a year where they lose the entire offense of stars from the year before. They had to do a complete overhaul. It was going to be a bit of a rebuilding year. They changed everything up. They had a bad few weeks, and then the guy's fired. I know there are other issues involved here, but I know Ed Orgeron had arguably the greatest team in the history of college football 3 years ago, at least the greatest season, one of the greatest seasons ever, gone a couple years later. You can't lose in this league ever, and to have a 10-2 season be considered somewhat of a disappointment, or even at the highest of high levels, and again, you guys know better than I do, by any measure, Alabama had an amazing, unbelievable year last season. They won the SEC championship. They got to the college football playoff, and we could argue, there, but for a Jamison Williams injury, maybe they pull that off. And yet it seems like something, they didn't win the national championship. What a disappointment. I mean, that's what you're dealing with here in this kind of league that's just got these insane expectations that just raise everyone's games up.
Couple more questions with Pete Fiutak, College Football News, who's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, open for lunch now, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Pete, I don't know if you like tamales, but the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale at Champy's Chicken
Let's go.
Let's
go.
I mean, it's to die for. Chicken on a stick, everything you want, champy'schicken.com. They'll cater your office parties and your tailgate. Yes.
He likes it all.
He likes it all. Chicken on a stick.
Yeah.
You want it all.
Just read the menu to Pete. He's all in.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to make Sterling go broke. We're going to ship all this stuff to all of our guests every time we do a read. They all want it.
Let's go. Absolutely.
Pete, we're spoiled here. We've got Alabama, we've got Auburn, we got UAB moving to the American. Few people know this, but we've got 2 Sun Belt teams in our area down here in Troy and South Alabama. I'm so excited about this new look Sun Belt, with Marshall coming over and Southern Miss and Old Dominion and James Madison. You write about James Madison today joining the league. This is an FCS powerhouse, if you will, jumping into a conference that already has App State and Louisiana and Arkansas State and Georgia Southern, Troy. This is really good football, the Sun Belt.
Biggest shocker so far in this whole expansion thing is that how you could just sort of see the forward-thinking process with some of these conferences. And, like for example, just go to the higher level, the Big 12, how they didn't get UCF in Houston and Cincinnati like 5 years ago is insane. How they didn't go get South Florida, too, and just get that I-4 corridor is kind of nuts. But and you would have thought that, okay, well, Coastal Carolina is going to get picked off. Certainly Louisiana is going to start to get picked off. And remember that this is about a business deal. It's about the fan bases. It's about the, TV market doesn't necessarily matter anymore in the streaming world, but it is about the interest level. And the Sun Belt just took, a Marshall team with a fan base. I could tell you, anecdotally from page views and interest, anything Marshall fans will go do anything. James Madison fans right now are insane, excited because their school is making this big move up. There is a rabid group of fans for these teams that are really into their sport. And like you said, all of a sudden, the Sun Belt, it's not going to be the SEC. It's not going to be Big Ten football, but it's a good, conference that all of a sudden in this environment just expanded, thrived, and got a whole lot stronger and better.
All right, he is Pete Fiutak. Go read all of his work there on collegefootballnews.com. At Pete Fiutak on Twitter is where you follow him. Pete, we greatly appreciate the time. Always fun talking with you.
Yeah, can you fax me over some tamales or something?
No doubt, yeah. Yes, you stand right by that fax machine. Yeah, we'll shoot them over. Thanks.
Exactly.
Thanks, Pete. Take care.
Later, guys.
I assume Sterling would ship tamales. I don't know how they hold up in the shipping process. They'll probably do it, though. Pete on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Trying to think, because we ship a lot of stuff.
Vacuum seal them.
Yeah, we ship a lot of stuff cold, right? Mm-hmm. Like even those made-to-order meals now, you get those sort of shipped. And I was always shaky on those first. I did sort of a meal plan once for a sponsor back in our old days at Jocks, and it would arrive in like a cold box with some dry ice in it. But I'm one of those guys. I don't know how you guys are, but I don't like to tempt food poisoning.
Yeah, I generally don't like to tip.
Yeah,
I like to gamble.
No, but like if it's out for a while, or if it's, I don't know. I'm not a big buffet guy, so I was sketchy on that to start with. But then my wife says, "Look, it's still cold. Nothing's happened. Throw it in the fridge. You'll be fine." And it ended up, I was fine. And by the time you nuke them in the microwave, it was fine. I think we can ship some of Sterling's stuff and get that reheated. I think it'll be just as good.
Yeah, I don't know. And maybe so. I do know like Modest Pizza over in Anniston, they will cook it to I don't know if they cook it to a certain point, then freeze dry it and then send it or whatever. Like some of those famous pizza places up in Chicago will do that.
Oh yeah, you get those all the time.
Yeah. So I guess you could do it with tamales.
Well, haven't we shipped Dreamland ribs to guests all over the country.
We have. I don't know exactly how those ship.
Now, were those cooked?
Don't know.
Or were they not cooked?
Don't know exactly how those ship.
Yeah, me either. We never received any. We
always sent them.
We always sent. You know what I meant to do? I meant to run by today and get some of the Golden Eagle syrup.
Yeah, you've not followed up on that one. We were going to dip in that.
Okay, I'm running by the grocery store today.
Okay.
After my doctor's appointment, I'm going to pick some of that up. And
what are we going to dip in?
I'm going to bring biscuits tomorrow.
Where are you going to get the biscuits?
At Hamburger Heaven, our great sponsor.
Okay.
Right there on 280. I'll get some Hamburger Heaven plain biscuits and some of the Golden Eagle. Isn't that what it was? The Golden Eagle?
I think so.
Dipping sauce?
Alga.
No, that was a different one.
Alga?
We're going to go Golden Eagle.
Golden Eagle. All right.
And we're gonna sample those tomorrow. We'll videotape that and send that out.
Videotape it. Yep.
We'll record that one on our phone. Everybody was gonna.
This is a zoetrope.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at High Point Properties. Helena, growing place, historic Helena, great place to go.
It is. And right now, if you're interested in some beautiful home sites, looking for a place to build, High Point Properties has them. As Jim mentioned, they've got several in the Helena area that range from 3 to 43 acres. So you can get some land out there, man. 3 to 43 acres. Call Wes today at High Point Properties, 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit them online, hppro.com. For High Point Properties, hppro.com.
I've got some over-under totals for home runs from Vegas. You ready?
Yep.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the Blue Jays, 42.5 is his over-under in home runs.
Better get after it, man.
I mean, that guy's supposed to be raking.
Yeah.
Your former boy, Bryce Harper, now with the Phillies, 36.5 home runs over and under.
Yeah. He doesn't have a world championship ring to slow his swing down, so he ought to be able to get that.
Shohei Ohtani, 37.5 on the home runs, one more than Bryce. Nobody's going to get near Vlad Jr. on the ones I've seen. Josh Donaldson, former Auburn star, now with the Yankees, 25.5 on the over-under. Freddie Freeman, now with the Dodgers, 30.5 on the over-under.
Yeah, a lot of people think he's going to get such favorable pitching. But I saw where Dave Roberts had not decided, at least last time I saw it, whether he was going to bat him second or third. I mean, he might be batting second.
Maybe batting second.
Yeah.
Matt Olson, who replaced him, you got Freddie over-under 30.5. Give me a guess on Matt Olson.
28.5.
37.5.
37.5?
You think they think he's going to rake in Atlanta's ballpark?
My gosh.
37.5 right there. Austin Riley on the same team at 31.5, friend of the show there. Some of the over-under home run totals for baseball, which starts a week from now. BCS Jr. Golden Eagle syrup made right there in his hometown of Fayette, Alabama.
Shout out Fayette.
Yep. And JM Dog says, Way to Wellness is going to revoke our sponsorship. No, that's what's fantastic about W2W, Way to Wellness, is that you can work things, little cheap meals in there. Cheap meals are what it's all about. Freddie batted second for the Braves. All the Braves fans are saying for the last 2 years.
I'm aware of that, but I'm saying you thought in that lineup
that he'd be like 5 and 6 and protected all on both sides.
That's right, protected on both sides. That was my point there.
Yeah, he'll be protected on that backside for sure, though, hitting number 2 right there for the LA Dodgers.
Or you got more guys on, but again, they got so many bats, I don't guess it really matters.
When we come back, we got trash. Brownie's going to do that when we come back. LT's back with us Monday as he enjoys a vacation with his kids and also a little birthday today. We roll on, and our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio. If you listen, I heard somebody the other day complaining about it was a business owner, small business owner, complaining about workers' comp insurance. All those headaches, and there's a power being a small business with the folks like Simpio. You can put a bunch of little businesses together and get the benefits of a big corporation. Simpio can work it all out for you.
They take care of the BS you don't want to take care of, basically. That's what Jim is saying. Simpio handles the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. And they've got a 99% retention rate. So that tells you they know what they're doing, they do it right, and people stick with them. If you're starting a small business, your first call, or if you're running any sort of business, your first call needs to be to Simpio. Simpeo, Simpio.com, or call them at 205-635-7467.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
All right, trash is coming up. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Barefoot Good Lawn is coming, pest protection.
Wayne's can do everything except stop the pollen, and thank God we got enough rain last night, and maybe that washed that off the trees for a little bit.
If they figured out a way to do that, though, they could retire. Wayne's wants you to have that barefoot good summer lawn, but you got to start now. You can't just, not something you just do in the middle of the summer, boom, it works. You need to be working on it right now. They've got that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. Have the best looking lawn on your street like we do. It's who we trust it with our pest control and our lawn. It is Wayne's. And right now, because you're the next round listener, I don't know why I did that. You can use the code TNR for the next round and get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. Let Wayne's create your happy place. Call 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR, get 1 month free of that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement and get that barefoot good summer lawn.
Listen, I love, Birmingham's never really had the greatest professional sports history, but we have a surprising amount of professional sports history here.
Okay.
Including, and very few people know this, but some of you do, and I've talked about it on the air a couple of times over my career. But today would have been Gordie Howe's birthday, a guy who was Mr. Hockey. That was his nickname, Mr. Hockey.
Right.
Played for years with the Detroit Red Wings and then left and joined the World Hockey Association. And the Birmingham Bulls were in the WHA. And to compare what the WHA was to the NHL back in the 70s, it is what the AFL was to the NFL in the 60s and early 70s before the merger. And eventually the WHA had 4 teams that merged into the NHL. So Gordie Howe, a guy named Mr. Hockey, left the NHL and went to the WHA. And on December 7th, 1977, at the BJCC, still pretty much exactly the way it was standing when it was built back in the 70s.
Yes.
Down at the BJCC on December 7th, 1977, Gordie Howe became the first professional hockey player to score 1,000 professional goals, and he did it in the first period on a reflection putback against John Garrett of the Birmingham Bulls. His Hartford Whalers that night went on to beat the Bulls 6-3 in Birmingham, Alabama. And somewhere, unless they've pulled it off the wall, there's a plaque down at the BJCC commemorating the 1,000th goal of Gordie Howe, the first ever to do that.
Were you there?
Was in Birmingham. I was there.
Yeah.
It was in 1977. My Uncle Doug used to take me to the games. He had season tickets, the 2 seats right behind the goal, but it was at the other end of the ice when this happened. But it was a putback, the Hartford Whalers on the putback.
What would your headline been? Gordie, how do you do it?
Gordie, how do you do it? That would have been a good one. How about that? Would have been a good one, too. But Gordie Howe scored his 1,000th professional goal here in Birmingham, and it was against the Bulls and John Garrett. 6-3, they won that night. Just an amazing moment in hockey. And I've got from a tweet that I sent out this morning, horrible video of it. It was no TV.
Really,
in
1977, the video wasn't great?
And WAPI, which was Channel 13 back then, had a small clip that is up on YouTube that really looks like it was shot in the 1950s. I mean, a long time ago. In 77, I would imagine, it was probably a great photographer, just the technology of shooting back then, and the lighting and the ice is white. It's just, but it's just not the video moment you would want captured like we have. I mean, everything is captured nowadays, right? Anything is possible. Just a great sports moment right here in Birmingham.
Now, why'd you bring that up?
Back in the day. Because today is his birthday.
Oh, it's Gordie Howe's birthday.
Would have been his birthday if he was still alive.
He's passed?
Yeah. Gordie Howe is dead. I have some other dead or alive later on if you want.
Oh, I like those because I never know sometimes. I bet I know all these.
You bet you know all of them?
Well,
I
didn't
never know
Gordie,
sometimes, but I'm going to know all these.
Yeah, I think I'll know all these. I was unaware. If you'd have said Gordie Howe dead or alive, I probably would have gone alive, though.
You would have?
Yeah.
Did you know that he was number 9? That is why Wayne Gretzky wears 99 back when he played.
Because he's twice Gordie Howe?
No. He loved Gordie Howe so much.
To honor him.
So much was to honor him. And when he came up as a teenager in the WHA, Wayne Gretzky played in the WHA first. 9 was taken on his team, and he was a nobody. Wayne Gretzky was a nobody and had to be 99.
Wow.
Yeah. There's your hockey moment today. Let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
We tried to reach out to the man who died in this pursuit. They were unavailable for comment. Micah, back to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Pay off your debt, renovate your home, buy yourself that pinball machine that's in your eBay cart, whatever it is. MortgageRight.com can help you with a cash-out refinance, and they walk you through the process with ease. Make your homework for you. Visit MortgageRight.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The only reason I like this story is this is a fantastic name for a restaurant. At first, I thought it was a misprint, Rockstar, but it is not.
Where do you see the logo?
Oh, have you got it?
Yeah.
All right, so Dunaway, before you show the logo, don't look at the logo, Dunaway.
Okay. I don't have it up. You're good.
It's a sports bar for women. All right? It's geared towards women.
Okay.
What do you think the name of it is?
First and Tens?
No, that's not bad. Geared towards women. A sports bar geared towards women.
Sports bar geared towards women.
This is in Portland, if that matters. I don't know that it matters.
In Portland, I'm going to say tight ends and wideouts.
It is called the Sports Bra.
The Sports Bra.
Instead of the Sports Bar. And they do have a good logo. Rockstar's got the logo up.
They got there's another one.
The Sports Bra. We support women.
Yep.
Got coasters?
Yeah, I got coasters and a business card.
The Sports Bra.
Yep. They're going to show women's sports. It's going to be sports focused, but they're going to be heavy on the women, right?
They're going to show women's sports?
Well, yeah. But, I mean, look, there are some nights there's not a women's game on. So she says, they'll show some other stuff. But, yeah, it's going to be primarily focused on women. A sports bar for women called the Sports Bra.
What do you think will go into that space next?
Seriously, I don't know how. I mean, because I understand there's going to be a few people that are like, we're going to support it, but knowing that there's not women's sports on every night, what do you do on a Wednesday night? Trivia? Just trivia?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But I just liked it because of the name. The Sports Bra is an excellent name. You got to give them credit. It may be they may go out of business.
Attention to it.
But is Sports Bra better than tight ends and wideouts?
Not much is.
Tight ends
and wideouts.
Y'all got
Which one are you, honey?
Y'all got a table for three. This is one way to stop a flight. Chicago police late Tuesday were investigating how a drunken man managed to hop a fence at Midway International Airport to try to stop a private jet from taking off by jumping onto the plane.
Oh, okay.
Yep. The man...
Is my ticket not good right here?
The man got onto the tarmac. Police said it looked like he left his shirt, shoes, and even his pants behind.
There's a picture of it.
Oh, yes, he did leave his shirt, shoes, and
What I always do, this is something somebody taught me, before you climb a fence, always take your clothes off and your shoes.
That's right.
And climb the fence naked.
You want to do that naked.
Yeah, because they will not think you're crazy unless you do that.
Those shirts will tear if you don't tear them off.
The pilot heard over the air on the traffic control scanner saying, this guy is stripping butt naked right now. They were a little worried about it, right?
Yeah. Well, I would tell you, just stripping butt naked is the difference between you going to Guantanamo as a terrorist or going to a padded cell somewhere in the system in the state wherever you're doing the crime. I would say.
Good point. You're right about that. The man had on no shirt, no shoes. His jacket was left blowing in the wind on the barbed wire fence.
He really had to go.
He did.
That's the plane I
mean,
want.
who wrote this story? Vince Scully? He's painting a picture.
Yeah, CBS 2. CBS 2's Marissa Perlman was the reporter here at Midway Airport. So, weird one.
Do I get any of those peanuts?
It looks like he got some.
Yep. He kept two. That's important. This out of San Francisco, KRON News. How many pounds? This was a survey given to people that liked consuming alcoholic beverages in the state of California, and they were asked, how many pounds would you be willing to gain to keep drinking alcohol? What do you think the number is?
I think I'm living proof of that. I think basically I eat like a 174 pounder. And I weigh 185 today, so I think I am willing to gain 11 pounds to drink alcohol.
Well, no, so if you're 185 today, starting today, you can't drink anymore unless we just put this much pounds of weight. What's the max you're going to go? Forever, this weight today, you're always going to be 14 pounds heavier.
I don't want to gain any more.
So you can't drink alcohol anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
let me get down to 174 again, and then you can put the 11 pounds back on.
Californian said
that's a cycle I ride anyway.
Californian said they were willing to gain the 14 pounds to continue drinking alcohol. That's what they were, on average, what they were willing to deal with. This is roughly the equivalent, they say, of carrying around 224 slices of bacon in your body. It's a lot of bacon.
It's a lot of bacon.
Can you imagine how you would smell if you carried around 224 slices of bacon in
Some
your body?
people would smell better.
That is true.
Not that you smell bad, but I would enjoy the show a lot more right now if you smelled like freshly cooked bacon in the morning.
Brown's here.
I think by and large, I'm a pretty good smelling guy.
Weird sentence.
Well, I not to make it creepier, but I would agree with you.
Thank you. That is not creepy at all.
Well, I do think that we, and this is an awkward time to tell me I don't fit into this, but I've always thought that as a show, we all have fairly good hygiene. We're a nice-smelling show.
I think we've got good grooming habits and nice hygiene.
And apparently other people were bashing us on other airwaves today. Listen, I think we've always been around, for the most part, hygienic people compared to other media people.
We were getting bashed.
Yeah, I mean, it's not important, but I just thought that.
You just brought it up.
Well, somebody said in the chat room earlier, and I just think that, we've been lucky that our coworkers haven't looked like some other members of the media or smelled like some other people in the media for my time at Jocks. I was always thought we were pretty lucky.
I agree. I think we smell great.
Yep.
A robbery victim in Warren, Ohio, told police the robber made him pinky promise he wouldn't call authorities after stealing $80 from him.
You promise?
He just broke that promise. Cut off that pinky.
He absolutely did. Called the news,
Is that always the penalty on a pinky promise? If
You're
I break
supposed
it?
to cut it off, I
If
think.
you break, you cut your pinky off. If you break the promise.
So what do I do if I come on? I promise I won't do it. You want to promise?
I'm going to trust Pinky-less Dunaway.
Something tells me I should do this.
Come
but
on,
I'm gonna
let's
do
pinky
it.
promise.
I got 2 pinky toes. I'm still good.
I'm going to do it. The 22-year-old man said he was walking along Youngstown Road when he was approached by a man wearing a ski mask. I mean, is that not the most stereotypical way to hold somebody up, wearing a ski mask? He said the man asked him if he was a drug dealer. When he responded he wasn't, he said the robber pulled out a pocket knife and demanded money from him. So I'm in a ski mask. I'll walk up to a guy and say, hey, are you a drug dealer? Nope. All right, give me all your money.
Yeah. Because he's going to want that drug dealer later on. He didn't want to piss him off.
That's right. And a drug dealer is always going to be, as in fact, I am a drug dealer. Are you looking to buy some? Are you looking to score a little, sir?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. He takes his ski mask off.
Oh, dang it.
Love your customer service.
The robber rode off on a bicycle and made a pinky promise he wouldn't call the cops. He called the cops. By the way, though, the police said the victim was not able to give them a good description of the robber. It was dark and he was wearing a ski mask. So actually, the stereotypical robber thing turned out to be a smart ploy about this guy. All right, here's some mean things you shouldn't do to people as we wrap up trash.
Okay.
You should never, this is awful.
It's terrible.
Never cover the top of their ceiling fan with glitter. Could you imagine the first time you flip that switch on?
You will be cleaning it for years.
Oh,
Goes
wow.
everywhere.
Surprise!
This is no good way to get even with somebody.
All right, so the ceiling fan.
The ceiling fan,
inside
yes.
somebody's house. If you get up there and just take those little bottles of
you should never do
glitter
this.
and just
Yeah.
run a
Cover
line
that
down
blade.
each one of them.
Yeah,
Cover that blade. Once they turn that thing on high, oh, hell.
You should never, this is the main thing you should never do to somebody, put notes on people's cars telling them sorry about the damage. They'll spend forever looking for the damage.
You'll never know. Like, where the hell is it?
Where did they hit me? You should never put dry macaroni under the toilet seat. So it'll sound like the toilet breaks when somebody sits on it.
These are all good so far. I like all of these.
You should never replace Purell with lube. Watch them rub their hands together forever. The lube washes off harmlessly. The shame never will.
My God,
I
this.
cannot get this stuff.
Yeah. Feels good, though.
And finally, the one thing you should never do. This is kind of cheesy, honestly. That's why you should never do it. Put a picture of Slash from Guns N' Roses on a coworker's tires and tell them somebody slashed your tires. It's awful.
I love all those. The great Tyler Bigby over in Tuscaloosa. Man, I'm going to do this. Those are some good
the
ones.
Ceiling fan one, that would be awful because I don't turn on, like, in my main living area. I don't have a ceiling fan. My bedroom, there's a ceiling fan in there. We probably have turned it on 3 times.
Oh, I always have to sleep with that bad boy on.
That glitter would sit up there forever, and
Yeah.
when you turn it on, it is going to look
You'll
like
be finding it in your sheets, even in the sheets that were on the bed at the time.
Oh.
Like in your married lives, Is one of you hot and one of you cold?
Yes.
Nancy's always hot.
My wife's always hot.
She's always cold.
My wife's always cold. I'm always hot.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're always hot?
I'm always hot. I have to sleep. I would like to sleep it to be Arctic temperatures.
I'm with Rockstar on
And
that
she's
one.
like, can we put the thermostat on 85?
Colder the better.
No. I'm okay sleeping. I want it cold when we're sleeping because I like to sleep under 1, 2, 3 layers of blankets.
Oh,
even
no
in
way.
July. Even
No
in
way.
July. But when I'm in the house not sleeping, I don't like it to be ice cold. My entire family loves that air conditioning on 67.
Ooh, I wouldn't do that during the day.
And I'm a 70, 71 kind of guy.
Oh, no.
So I am always, if you're ever by my house, I am in a sweatshirt.
Toboggan.
I've got a toboggan on. I got the hoodie up. Drinking whiskey out of the bottle, man.
There's Dunaway by the trash fire.
Drinking whiskey out of the bottle.
All right.
A country song.
That, not for Eric Church on Saturday. That is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
MortgageRight.com/TNR to find out how your house can work for you with that cash out refinance. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
And as always, the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. We talked earlier about the tamales with our buddy Pete Fiutak. Mississippi Delta tamales, the best way to roll with the tamales. The chicken on the stick, that great white chicken meat fried with the peppers right there on the stick, easy to eat at tailgates or at parties. They'll do your tailgates, they'll do your parties and meetings as well. Call Champy's Chicken or champyschicken.com to order ahead. Great poor boys, the chicken plate side, your home for blues, brews, and bird is Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch.
St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Boy, there's no doubt people in our chat room over there do not. They obviously think air conditioning is one of the greatest inventions of all time.
I love it.
Smuff says that he keeps a thermostat down in his man cave sports room. Mine was always colder than the rest of the house as well. But in the winter, it was hotter than it should be. So I was always, when it was cold outside and the heat was on, even though I had all the vents closed, I was in shorts and a T-shirt downstairs if it was 32 outside. But when it was 100 outside, I'd be in sweats and a toboggan. It was just the opposite downstairs.
Yeah,
I was.
I'm in long sleeves today, but I'm in shorts. Coming to work today, I was really conflicted because I looked at the highs. They're like in the 60s today. And I was thinking that studio is going to be frigid because they probably are. They've still got the air conditioner cycle set for the 80s, which it was the last couple days. So it's going to be nice and cold.
Don't you love this weather where it's just a...
Yeah, you just never know. It's a coin flip.
But we started the week off in here Monday and Tuesday freezing.
Which is the way I like it.
Yesterday and today, it is a very comfortable temperature to me. Probably a little warm for you.
A little hot. I wish I had not gone sleeves. A little hot in here today.
All right. Great suggestion from Carrie over there. Because LT lost the bracket challenge. Even though there's 3 games left in the tournament, he has lost the bracket challenge. He thinks that LT's journey back to Birmingham should start at spending one night in the sports bra in Portland.
That's great. It's in Oregon, I believe. I don't know what part.
Oh, it's in Portland. Yeah.
Okay. So we could do the one flight changeover, get him to Portland. He has to start his journey off in the sports bra.
That is fantastic.
And then journeying all the way back to Birmingham.
And bring back some gear, damn it.
That's a great. Write that one down, Brown, as we start to plan this out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, so for a future, but if we did like a future 5 meals at the sports bra, you got to eat 5 straight days at the sports bra as a future punishment or something like that?
Okay, I was talking about on this one. We just send him out there and just start him on his journey back.
Yeah, I think it's got to be quick because I think this place has an expiration date.
Yeah, it may not be around for next year's tournament, you don't think?
No.
Yeah. So, because we all know how much LT loves women's athletics. He also loves our friends at Bud Light, too. He's enjoying some Bud Light down on the course and some of the crisp Bud Light Next. He's enjoying those by the pool, at the beach, also on the golf course. Wherever you are this spring and summer, our friends at Bud Light have introduced the next generation of light beer. It is Bud Light Next. 0 carbs and 80 calories. The can looks like that. And there it is. 0 carbs, 80 calories, and you still get the 4% of the ALC volume right there. It's brewed for what's next. It's our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer. Some college football notes to get to. You ready? Here we go. We already played Bo Nix and Dan Lanning earlier. Dan Lanning loving Bo Nix in camp so far. Jim Chaney. Remember Jim Chaney?
The old offensive coordinator for Georgia and Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken.
Jim Chaney was an offensive coordinator at Tennessee, Arkansas, Georgia, Tennessee, was an offensive analyst last year for the Saints.
Yep.
Back in college football is going to be an offensive analyst for our buddy Jeff Collins over at Georgia Tech this year.
Well, I mean, look, this is a guy, as you just read his resume, he's been around the block. I was never a huge fan of him as an offensive coordinator, though. I don't know about you. People swore by him, but I never liked him.
5-star tight end Baylor Cupp has hit the portal. He was the number 1 rated tight end in the 2019 recruiting class. He's leaving Texas A&M. His first 2 years there has been riddled with injuries, but this seems like if he could stay healthy, this is going to be a steal for somebody in the portal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this guy, I remember his recruitment, very well thought of. You're right, though. Your fear is he has been consistently hurt. And look, this would hurt you in something like free agency or something like that. I'm sure a team will take him out of the portal and just gamble that he could stay healthy. If this for the NFL, trade or free agency, that would hurt you. But there's really low risk. Get him out of the portal. I mean, if he comes to your place and gets hurt, all right, he's eating up one scholarship spot.
Connor O'Gara writes today, no matter what Kirby says until kickoff of next year, Stetson Bennett is QB1. You're getting a lot of people now in the Georgia camp talking about Carson Beck and Brock Vandergriff trying not to lose both of these guys or one of these guys to the portal.
It is crazy. He has had to deal with that if this bothers Stetson Bennett at all. Basically all of last year, even as they're on the road to the national championship game. Jim, even after the SEC championship game, I remember the discussion, hey, has too much time passed to go to JT Daniels? Too big of a gamble to go to JT Daniels? I think Kirby even had to answer those questions. Hey, we're sticking with Stetson. It is crazy that this guy led them to a national championship. Was he the best quarterback in the country? Absolutely not. But led them to a national championship, and still these questions linger about him keeping his job.
Good read. It's in our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com from Connor there at Saturday Down South. And another good read from Dave Hooker, same organization, Saturday Down South, on something you've touched on a couple of times this week, asking about Arkansas's athletic program and Tennessee's athletic program. Which one is more impressive right now? Dave Hooker writes that he believes it's Tennessee. Their baseball team's number 1.
Yep.
The basketball team did what they did. And Hendon Hooker, no relation to Dave, has Tennessee football back relevant this offseason.
He does. A lot of people are talking about Hendon Hooker. I've even seen him mentioned in a Heisman race. It's funny. I asked the question to two people. Brandon Marcello, who lives up in northwest Arkansas and is an unashamed Arkansas basketball fan, neutral in football, loves him some Hogs basketball. And then Clay Travis, who is an unabashed Tennessee fan. Brandon picked Tennessee. Clay picked Arkansas.
Yeah.
Which one was on the better ascension right now? Because, I mean, you look, both of them, you have that one sport like Tennessee has been pretty good in basketball. Now, Rick Barnes won the conference this year, conference tournament anyway, and had a 2 seed. But they've been pretty good, or a 3 seed. They've been pretty good in basketball. Arkansas has been really good in baseball. But their basketball, back-to-back Elite Eights, the recruiting class Musselman has, they'll be a top 5 team next year to start the year. And then their football it's got life, which it had been dead for a while now. And then you go look at Tennessee. Heupel injected a little life in there, and all of a sudden their baseball team's number 1. I think it's an interesting discussion. I don't even know where I'd go.
If I asked everyone in the chat room and you, when it's all said and done next year, who feels better about their college football season, Tennessee or Arkansas?
I'd probably say Tennessee.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I write today on our morning rounds, a little part that I start off with, that Tennessee has all the feelings of being the second best team in the East. And as soon as I say that out loud, Kerry writes, I'm going to laugh when Tennessee finishes 5th in the East.
Well, it's possible. Yeah. You know how it works.
Remember, Kerry, I just landmined them right there because I feel like Tennessee's going to finish 2nd. And then here comes South Carolina. Here comes Billy Napier in Florida. Here comes Eli in Missouri, who's doing work there.
I feel like Tennessee's got a better opportunity of being second in their division than Arkansas does. I'd say that.
Yeah.
Although I gave you a path how Arkansas could do it.
Yeah, and there's Kentucky, too, as well. So it's all interesting this time of year. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at the Talladega Super Speedway. We get ready for racing not only just this weekend, but also over at Talladega coming up in April.
877-GO-TO-DEGA. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is where you get tickets. Sunday, April 24th is the Geico 500, 2 o'clock green flag. Enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience. It's the most immersive in NASCAR. And it is great, man. It's a great place at Big Bill's right there to participate in race weekend. Talladega, superspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
When we come back, Rockstar has our 3 and out. Chris Doering likely to join us. He was at Alabama's Pro Day yesterday. Henry Toa tells us why he came back to school. And Brian Harsin lets you know how Auburn camp is going so far for him. All that still to come right here on the final hour of the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
A number of years ago, I could not tell you how much a good night's sleep helps your performance. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round because I wasn't getting a great night's sleep. I am now, and it's thanks to the expert outfitters at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters nearest you and do what my wife and I did. Go into the store, answer a few simple questions, and in mere moments, they've got you laying on a bed, finding the best one for you. For us, it was the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we absolutely love it. It could not have been easier. And right now, when you head into Sleep Outfitters, you can take advantage of the Spring Super Sale. Get any size Sealy for the twin size price on all Sealy Outfitters and Posturepedic spring mattresses. Full queens and even kings start at $299 with 0 interest for up to 6 months on approved credit. Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $25 a month. Get incredible free gifts with qualifying purchases valued up to $300 and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show. We'll bring John Lunsford into the conversation as well. We'll talk a little college football here and then get to the 3 and Out coming up that Rockstar has prepared for us today. It's been a fun show so far. We've talked to Charles Barkley and Pete Fiutak. You can get those podcasted at nextroundlive.com or go to our YouTube channel. The interviews are up there as well. You can just click on hours of the show. You can click on the whole show. You can click on specific interviews. But remember to like and subscribe when you're there. We've gone over 7,000 subscribers there on YouTube. We appreciate that. And we appreciate all of you who've gone off around the country on spring break and have done 2 things. You've taken the app with you and you've listened to the Next Round app on the road to and from. And you've taken your Next Round gear to the beach. And that's fantastic. We had two husbands who listened to us, sent pictures of their wives yesterday in a Next Round T-shirt, and I think one had a trash T-shirt on down on the great Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast from down there. So we appreciate your support, and the store is coming back soon, and that's not too far away.
Soon, hopefully. Hoping early next week. Everybody's been asking me. Early April is what I've said.
Yeah, I had people asking. They wanted hoodies for their beach trip, and I said, we're taking this in-house. We're going to have it back up very soon.
You promised Peter Burns golf gear.
We got golf gear coming soon. I may have oversold that.
I haven't seen the mock-ups on that. Lunsford, did you send the mock-ups out to the whole crew on the golf gear we got coming?
We have golf gear coming?
Yeah. That's what Dunaway promised Peter Burns.
I am a salesman, Brown.
Peter Burns, SEC Network, told him on Twitter today for the whole world to see.
Well, I mean, what could golf gear be? Here's the moms down on the beach there. Appreciate you supporting the Next Round trash and everything that we have in the store there when it comes back, as I change the subject from over-promising Peter Burns. I mean, can we not have, like, golf tees or ball markers, golf balls, hats?
I mean, we could at some point, I guess.
Yeah.
Visors, polos. I mean, a golf shirt.
Well,
car company, anti-Tesla.
a social media platform that does not have censorship.
We get to sign up for.
Yeah, wow.
There's Peter Burns in his Next Round T-shirt from earlier.
Looks
Love
like
Peter.
he's at the gym.
Yeah. It does look like he's at the gym.
Could have been at Walmart.
Depending on the golf course, that could be golf attire.
That's not the ones Peter plays. All right, let's do our headlines. Starting off this hour, brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson, his wife, the owners there. They're locally owned for over 20 years. A lot of you experienced some storm damage, some more serious than others. We understand that when these kind of storms blow through, and they blow through often, there's going to be storm damage. If it's not too late, if you're just starting the process of cleaning up, call Greg right now, 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. He'll give you that free no-cost inspection, but he's awesome during these times after a storm to make sure that you're doing everything that your insurance company wants you to do so you can maximize your return. He works great with the insurance companies. He'll print you out and take pictures and print you out a portfolio to just hand over to the insurance company. That's part of his A-plus rated Better Business Bureau service that you get there. Rockstar has told you how much Greg means to him.
Fantastic man.
Fantastic man there. He's that type of person when it comes to a company. Check him out, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Couple of college football notes, but you have something.
Well, this is an NFL note. I wanted your reaction to it. Kyle Berger, our friend that used to work at NBC 13, now works in TV in Tampa, says the Bucs have announced that Bruce Arians' name will go in the Ring of Honor.
Oh, well, he's a Super Bowl winner.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to do that. I mean, it's a quick announcement, obviously.
Yeah.
Just retired yesterday.
Officially, I guess, today.
Yeah, but I think you got to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, Bruce, we love him. He's had some health challenges over his recent years. But, yeah, I mean, while it's all still fresh and while Tom Brady's still part of the franchise and all that, why not?
Yeah.
Why not go ahead and honor start honoring people that were on that team last year that maybe are starting to hang it up.
Can I throw out one more pro story that I'm not particularly interested in this, how it affects this team. I like to point this out because this is the way we're headed for our sports fans. The Yankees have announced today, I don't know if you've seen this, that 21 of their games will be available only on Amazon Prime Video.
Well, and Chris Russo, the Mad Dog, had a rant about this the other day.
Shocker. Stunner.
Well, Apple TV has, they're paying millions of dollars to Major League Baseball. They get 2 games exclusively every Friday night for, I think, 8 Friday nights or something like that. And it's only on Apple TV. It won't be on your package if you've got the extra innings package or any of that. It's exclusively on Apple TV, and they paid millions of dollars for that. And, Russo's an older guy, and he feels like you're taking baseball away from the masses when you get to the streaming services. But
you're adding it to the masses.
Yeah. See, I would agree with Lunsford. I disagree completely with Russo.
Yeah.
I think you're adding it to the masses because you're appealing to an audience that might not see it otherwise.
That's right. If I don't have extra innings, I may not get those games.
Correct.
But I'm getting them on Apple TV
and
now.
not just that. There are people on Apple TV. I know this sounds crazy to us because of what we do. There are people on Apple TV that never flip by MLB Network or ESPN or may not even have those networks.
Well, people my age who have all cut the cord.
That's right.
I have every streaming service under the sun, probably spend more than I would if I just had cable. But that then gets it to me because I'm not a baseball guy. I don't care about watching baseball. But if the big thing, the big banner at the top is, hey, watch the Yankees or watch whoever, I might click on it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I disagree with Russo. I think you're just appealing to a different set of masses. You can't approach this anymore from, oh, baseball's on ESPN. We're appealing to the masses. There are so many people, especially in Lunsford's generation, that don't have ESPN.
Yeah, it's a great point there. You got to continue to grow, and they're going to do that with rules and stuff. I see on TV number 2 over here on our big massive TVs, the Bruce Arians news conference is ongoing. He's stepping away.
Look at that front pocket.
And only Bruce, that's what I was going to bring up, only Bruce Arians would be at his retirement news conference and has the biggest cigar sticking out of his shirt pocket, ready to smoke when either he's through talking here, lighting it up to say goodbye, or as soon as the news conference is over with. Bruce, it will not shock me if there's a drink on the table either. He's a drink in his hand and a cigar always ready to go. Bruce loves to live life.
I like that guy, man. I mean, there are a lot of fans in this state that held it against him the end of that Iron Bowl back in 1997. But I think that guy has shown you he is a much better coach than for you to define his career by one play in the Iron Bowl.
I mean, just look at that record with the Cardinals. He was 49-30 with the Cardinals.
Yeah, it has not been a historically great franchise by any stretch.
So, and he won the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay. He's retiring. Todd Bowles is taking over. A couple of college football notes before we get to Rockstar's 3 and Outs, and then Chris Doering a little bit later on. First, Henry To'oTo'o. We need to get Henry on the show here. Here's Henry, the Alabama linebacker who did not go to the NFL. He had interest to be a second-day or third-day NFL guy. But Henry To'oTo'o saying, nope, no NFL yet. He came back to Alabama for one reason.
Henry, I don't think we've talked to you since you decided to stay for another year. I mean, what went into that decision, and what kept you here?
Definitely losing the national championship game. That's kind of my main goal. Being able to come back and finish things how I wanted, and just leave everybody happy. That's the ultimate goal every single season. We chase perfection here, and that's kind of the main reason why I wanted to come back.
Well, do you like that kind of stuff?
I do.
Lunsford?
I love it. I'm an Alabama fan, so I love when they come back. I mean, you would rather have the national championship and then maybe they can move on. But, no, I mean, and I would want to have that. I know people think we're going to get paid millions, but I think back to my college career, my high school career even, and have certain landmarks and things that I hit that had I not done that, I would still be thinking about it now. I never hit that. So him wanting to say, hey, I'm the, one of the main people here on that defense to win the championship when they didn't win it last year after beating Georgia and then losing to Georgia. I like when they come back and kind of have that ring to carry on with them.
Yeah, you only get so many opportunities
That's right.
to be a college football national champion. He'd like to check that box. Meanwhile, down at Auburn camp, as we get ready for another weekend of scrimmage and then both teams heading towards A-Day, Brian Harsin telling us how this camp is going along. Cut number 6, the coach of the Auburn Tigers is a guy that I don't know. He feels like his locker room is more together this year after what went on in the offseason than it was last year when he was the new coach. Here's Brian Harsin with the way camp's going.
I mean, there's guys on this team that have shown leadership in different ways, but are also, I think, have stepped up and have helped build the cohesion and the chemistry, and it's important to them too. Our locker room's different, so it's not just anything in particular with any coaches and all that. I think our locker room is different. I think the ability to get in there after a practice and for players to be able to say something after a practice, like, look, you're feeling a certain way, you want to say something, it's important. I think everybody needs to hear it, and somebody's able to say it, and people actually listen. There's a big difference when you're able to stand up and lead because you feel like in that moment it's needed, right? And so then you need to provide it. And then guys actually listen. So someone gets up, hey, they feel like it's coming from the heart, whatever it is, that's different than where we were before.
Yeah, I find that fascinating.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Well, I think because of what went on in the offseason.
So?
And those guys he's talking about, I assume, are the ones that saved his job.
Maybe so, yeah. And they showed great leadership publicly in fighting for their coach, and I know he won't forget that. Jim would say the locker room looks different. It's a lot roomier in there. You don't have enough players.
Well,
a lot more space to move around.
They're gonna fill those spaces.
Really make it my own.
They're gonna fill those spots. But that team picture the other day after the scrimmage,
it was a little bit.
Was missing a few bodies.
All you got to have is 22.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you. We're not playing in the 1930s anymore. we gotta have two ways out there. All right, it is time for our Vulcan Tire 3 and Out today. Chris Doering, who is in Tuscaloosa, will join us later in the show. We got more football to talk about. But right now, Rockstar takes us away from sports into I've seen these questions, a unique place, a unique space today with Rockstar.
Unique.
Yeah.
Always unique.
3 and Out.
It's presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Rockstar's about to give you 4 questions, 4 great locations. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. It is bumper to bumper. Now, I've trusted them for brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, my rotors, but they do everything bumper to bumper, man. Our whole staff has used Vulcan Tire and Automotive. You can see more VulcanTireandAuto.com, Rockstar.
First down.
What candy is so bad that if I offered it to you, you would turn it down?
Bitto honey. My grandmother loved them, and they probably don't even make it anymore. They do?
Yeah.
The Bitto honey.
Getting that wax paper, getting it out of the paper was the hardest part.
I never understood it. But as a kid, sometimes you just want something sweet, and that would be the only thing she'd have in her purse. And I would dig through there, and I was like, freaking Bitto honey.
Yeah.
What? I'll eat it, though.
Good.
All right. Chico stick. I hate the Chico stick.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know what the Chico stick even is.
But it's got coconut in it, I think.
It does. I don't like coconut.
Hate it.
I would say the same about an Almond Joy. I don't think I'd eat an
Almond Joy or Mounds Bar, or Zero Bar.
I do not like coconut.
Okay, I don't even know what a Mounds Bar is.
Mounds Bar
seen
is
Almond Joy with no almond.
Yeah, the female version.
So wait, it's got no nuts.
It doesn't have nuts. It's a female.
But it's chocolate and coconut, just no nuts?
Correct.
Like a Milky Way is a Snickers without nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically the same. They're the same bar. Mounds
Milky Way is the
Joy.
female Snickers. Mounds is the female Almond Joy.
Now, I've always enjoyed the Milky Way. I don't get them often. I usually go full bore with the Snickers. I've never had
like nuts?
Mounds. I do like nuts.
I hate coconut, so Mounds and Almond Joy are
they're on the no-fly list.
But see, I do roll with the Almond Joy around Halloween back with the kids because they would run from the coconut. So that would be the only thing that let me have.
I'll tell you this: when I was a little kid, my grandma used to buy the assorted bag of the little ones. You remember? And it had Crackle, Mr. Goodbar, Hershey's, and Special Dark. And I hated the Special Dark.
Me too.
I love that.
All those Mr. Goodbar.
I love
like
Mr.
Special
Goodbar.
Dark?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'd get to the end of my stay at my grandmother's. She'd have a bag full of Special Darks because I'd eat everything else.
Should have handed that to me.
So you like dark chocolate?
I
love dark chocolate.
I like it too. I've never seen a grown man have a full-size Crackle bar though. Only the
not a
fun
full
size.
one. Only the
I've never
miniature
seen
one.
a full-size
Yeah.
Crackle
Do they
bar.
even make a full size?
I don't know. I know they do Mr. Goodbar, but not a Crackle bar.
Yeah.
That's one of those things they just had to kind of sneak in those little bags. For me, it's licorice. Hate licorice.
Yeah, I'm not a big. I do like Twizzlers, but I don't like the black
Twizzlers
licorice.
either. No, I can't eat any of it.
I'm not a big fan of any of it either, but if I am doing one, it's going to be the Twizzlers. It's not going to be that.
It's better, but it's still pretty bad.
People on the West Coast argue for Red Vines. Red Vines, they're so bad.
Yeah, exactly. They do argue for it though. It's that and what's the candy the Northerners like at the movies? The Mike and Ike's. Is that what it is?
I don't hate Mike and Ike's.
Not if I wouldn't wear it.
It's not something I go after.
I can't watch a feature film without some Mike and Ike's.
Yeah. I'll tell you, at the ballpark, this shows you how old I am. They used to have, and I never liked them because I have this thing about wood. Like I can't eat a normal popsicle.
Right.
But they used to have these toothpicks that had like
cinnamon flavor
flavor on it. You remember those?
Yes, absolutely.
I didn't think anybody would be old enough to remember those.
I loved them.
Yeah, so the cinnamon toothpicks that had cinnamon flavor on it.
It was a weird thing.
Yeah. I didn't understand why you would buy that at a candy shop.
Second down.
What is one genre of music you could never get into?
I mean, mine would be, we brought him up the other day, like the Slipknot. There was a guy that heard that conversation, and this is so random, was telling me that he used to be into it, and there was a band called Dead Fetus that he used to listen to. Yeah,
it's a good name.
Pretty rough.
I think the more shocking for those guys get like the names of songs like Cannibal Corpse, like the more shocking the song titles and everything, and the lyrics are just we're just there to shock you.
Just the scream metal,
just to push the envelope.
I could not handle that.
I'm excited about our new album, Boil Your Dogs.
Yes, I mean that's the kind of stuff, man.
Is there a genre of music? I don't know of any I don't like.
House music for me.
See, I like house music. I like every bit of music except country.
Oh, I like country.
Because
like
country. For me, country, and maybe I'm totally off on this, I don't know. For me, every genre of music has some good bit of music to it except country. Country's more about the lyrics. It's more about the feeling behind like the lyrics and the music. I can go to anything. House music, I can go to EDM, techno, any of that has good beats to it. Rap has good beats. The lyrics are almost the beat for you. Rock has guitar solos. Like everything has good music. I feel like country's just, the notes are the same across the board. But the lyrics are the thing. But for me, I'll listen to instrumental any day over stuff with lyrics for the most part.
Interesting.
But see, and it's just the opposite for me. I could care less about the music. That's why I like so many genres. It's about the lyric for me. It is about the lyric for me.
I'm not saying you can't have good lyrics. I'm more about the music than I am the lyrics.
So whether it's a country song, a rap song, a love song, a reggae song, even a movie movie theme, it's about the lyric to me. It's poetry, man.
I'm just the least southern person you know.
Yeah, you really are. You send you back up north.
Third down.
Yankee.
What kind of effort do you put in making yourself more attractive? I ask this because I find myself the other day going to get some supplies, and I had running shorts on, black socks, black loafers, and a T-shirt.
Rocky.
So I said, like, I went in public that I was just like to the point where like I don't care.
Did you bump into your dad like at the store and y'all looked at each other like that Spider-Man meme?
Yeah, the point.
That makes me think like leaving the house today. What kind of effort? Like, well, I got to be somewhat presentable.
Well, I at least try to make it what I think matches in my clothing. Like, even if I'm going casual, like jogging shorts and a T-shirt. Like, if I've got on navy jogging shorts or gray or whatever, I at least a shirt that I think matches. Now, my wife could say that doesn't match at all, but in my mind, it does. Like, I at least care about that. I'm not like just get 2 articles of clothing and put them on. I'm not that guy. And I'm not going to wear holes in shirts. It's going to be in good condition.
I shower every morning, except occasionally on a Saturday morning if I'm not going to a game. I will wake up, get a good breakfast, and just lay in my dirt and watch college football all day long.
In your pen.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
But 99.9% of the time I take a shower every morning, so that's my effort to look presentable. After that, I'm not LT, so I don't try to be LT. And I end up. What?
I hate when you do
what?
I mean, it's just so passive aggressive.
So I just end up.
You think?
I just am myself. What are you laughing at?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. He does it, and then he does.
What are you laughing at?
He hadn't done the pushover of the shoulder yet.
No,
Oh, you're laughing because I crick in my neck. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what I did? Oh,
yeah. For me, it's my beard. Like. It's the simplest thing to get a beard brush, a special beard brush, and just do like this in the morning. So many people don't do that, and it's so wild and crazy. Now, during COVID, I kind of got used to letting like this part go under my eyes and everything, but I always trim my mustache. People let their mustache go over their lips. That drives me insane.
It looks so uncomfortable.
And they don't brush their beard, and so it sticks out. And mine looks like that in the morning after I've let it grow for a little bit.
Interesting.
But you have to just brush it. I mean, wash it, condition it. I do more to that than I do to my hair.
I trim it 3 times a week. I like to keep it down on the stubble.
For the most part, I don't trim it until I get my hair cut, and then I'll cut it a little bit, but just take care of it somewhat.
You men that can grow facial hair.
I know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Fourth down.
What looks bad on almost anyone?
I was thinking about this the other day.
Well, I would start with Bruce Arians' hat, to be honest with you.
I don't. What do you call that hat?
It's the roux, right?
I know
the
Kanga.
The Kanga. I went the wrong end of the word.
Yeah.
I went roux,
Yeah.
and it's the Kanga.
You shortened it the wrong way.
Yeah.
I had a friend that called it something else. Can't say it on the air.
I would say spinach and teeth.
Well, yeah, of course.
We're going with that.
Yeah, I was saying nobody could pull that off. Like Brad Pitt, if you that's the only thing you'd focus. You're talking to he's got spinach in his teeth.
I mean, and I was thinking of this the other day, and it's so weird that Chad said this. I mean, the face tattoo is a lot. It's a lot. I mean, if you've tattooed the face, whether it's teardrops or something on the forehead,
so
like
you
we'll
think
see
Post
trash
Malone went
occasionally.
overboard?
A little.
Okay.
Yeah, just a touch. Yeah. The face tattoo. I mean, I'm okay. I don't mind tattoos, but once you get above the chin, it's probably going a little too far for me. That's just my opinion.
I agree with Goose. Usually the toupee.
That was my answer, toupee.
Yeah.
Toupee or any kind of hair that you can just tell ain't theirs.
Although I've had I feel like I've had a pretty good track record of identifying those, and until you pointed one out recently, I'd never thought about it, and it's 100%er. And I'd never thought about it.
So that's two I've introduced you to. That one and Bill Self.
You know, I remember me telling you Bill Self had a toupee.
Of course.
But
of course.
of course, you love to steal everything, so go ahead.
I remember when it happened.
Yeah.
I was with UAB in St. Louis.
Confirming what I had
You were
already
picking
said,
me up.
that I thought it was a toupee, and you were like, Brown, I just walked behind him in the hallway, and there's a distinct sweat line. You're right.
We went to that restaurant. I ordered wrong.
Yeah,
clearly.
We were on a break, Brown. That is 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 4 questions, 4 great locations, bumper to bumper. See more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right. Still to come, we'll get a conversation about college football. Lunsford, thank you for your time in here. Do you have any graphics or anything you're going to go build? Get us back online.
We'll go take a nap.
Hats off to this guy right here. We're fried in the storm last night. He's been piecing things back together all day long, so thank you, Lunsford.
If it doesn't work, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Lunsford. Everything's back working today. And that back online shop where you can buy more TNR gear is coming soon.
Golf gear.
That was like a passive way to say get the store back running.
Coming soon. Coming soon. It'll be up soon. Back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Chris Doering joins us in the next segment. Little quick bump and go. We're going to play a little Dead or Not.
Oh, now? Let's do it.
Yeah, after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Craneworks.
Yeah, Craneworks, Dunaway, and RentalWorks. Wimp Sanderson trying to identify that equipment. You guys have loved it. There will be more of that coming. You can find it at RentalWorks, part of Craneworks, craneworks.com. Pressure washers, sod cutters, wheeled loaders, track loaders, skid steers, the stuff you need for like a concrete mixer, cement mixer, like you see on the video there. Stuff you need for that DIY project, but you don't necessarily own. RentalWorks, you find it at craneworks.com, right there under the big dog.
Dead or Not is something we do occasionally because, we like to talk about birthdays around here. I mentioned Gordie Howe. This would have been his birthday back in the day. Baseball legend Lou Brock, dead or alive?
Lou Brock has passed, unfortunately.
He's passed? You believe that?
I
Rock
do.
star?
No, I remember it.
A massive heart attack?
No, it was not a massive heart attack.
I'll say alive.
He did die back in 2020.
Told you.
Was a death there. Remember a show when we were growing up called The Partridge Family?
I do.
You probably saw it on reruns.
Yep.
Shirley Jones was the mom, dead or alive?
Oh, she's way dead.
She is alive.
Nope.
Happy birthday today to Shirley Jones, who is 88 today.
88. How about that?
Yeah.
Still driving that bus.
Rhea Perlman.
For Cheers? No, she's alive and married to Danny DeVito.
They are divorced. They're split, but she is still alive.
Did they get divorced?
Yeah.
She is available, Brown, and 74 today.
She has some attitude on Cheers, didn't
Good-looking couple.
74 today. Former Vice President Al Gore.
Oh, Al Gore's plenty alive.
Way alive.
Yeah, way alive. You'd know if he died.
He's going for the man-bear peg.
He's not that alive. He's 74 today. Happy birthday to Al Gore. Let's see here.
He invented the internet you're reading this off of.
Yeah, exactly. Christopher Walken.
Oh,
Way
super alive. Yeah.
79 today.
Yep.
Wilford Brimley.
Definitely dead.
Yeah, 2020. The dead ones are so obvious.
Well, I don't know.
Amadeus.
Shirley Jones.
Evan McGregor, 51 today. Angus Young is 67.
Ewan McGregor?
What did I say?
You said Evan.
That's Ewan's brother, Evan.
Do you spell it? How do you spell it, Evan?
E-W-A-N.
E-W?
Yep.
Yeah, I misspelled that on the website. I apologize.
I quit my W's halfway.
I can't even finish the W's. Hey, the Legion in action on Saturday night. The soccer continues in Birmingham at bhmlegion.com, 6:30 Protective Stadium. Make sure you get that and go get tickets. As you would expect last night, the American soccer team trying to qualify.
Oh, did they lose the game?
They get beat by Costa Rica.
You said there's no way.
But they only lost 2-0.
Oh, they had to lose by more than 4,
They had to
right?
lose by more than 6. So they played it safe, lost 2-0, and qualified for the World Cup. It was a tough one.
And they celebrated with champagne. I mean, come on.
You lose to Costa Rica.
That's like the Lakers doing that for the qualify for the playoffs.
They got in the World Cup, so they celebrated with champagne.
We'll talk to Doering about what he saw over in Tuscaloosa with Pro Day coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, the official vodka of the World Games.
Locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley with us on the show earlier, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka, whose aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. Made from corn, it makes it gluten-free and gives you a smooth finish. Find it at packaged stores and ABC stores in the area. Redmond Vodka.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net.
Beef O'Brady's is the perfect place for food and fun. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Visit the 280 location. The Grove in Hoover, just off 459 in that great Helena location. My friend Bradley and I were in the 459 location at the Grove. He loved that Amarillo firecracker burger, Angus stomp of smoked bacon, fried jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and the sweet jalapeno aioli. On the suggestion of our server, I got the Angus cheeseburger wrap. All your favorite cheeseburger ingredients wrapped in a flour tortilla. Our lunch was terrific. Yours will be as well. Try those items or any other items on the Beef O'Brady's menu. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for food and fun.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa, so that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
We'll talk to Chris Doering momentarily about what happened and what he saw yesterday at Alabama's Pro Day over in Tuscaloosa, and maybe a look into what Bryce Young will bring to the table. I keep hearing how the NFL folks kept watching Bryce throw the passes yesterday to all the receivers, and they were like,
well, that guy,
can we have that guy?
Yeah, we'll take
that guy right there.
Yeah, you'll need to be back here next year at this time.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Precision Sports. You will see the Precision logo come up behind us here. Great way to get back in your game, whatever your game is.
It absolutely is. Whether you are geriatric to pediatric, you're the huge athlete, or you just got hurt playing in the yard. Brookwood Baptist Health and Precision Sports Medicine Orthopedics. 9 convenient locations, including Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates in Jasper. 14 total providers. You make a same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care by calling 855-219-6200 or visiting precisionsportsortho.com. Chris Doering is with us now, the former Florida great, now with the SEC Network. He was at Alabama's Pro Day yesterday. Chris, what is up, man? How are you?
I was about to say good morning, but good afternoon. It's good to be back with you guys. And I was in Alabama, man, for a guy that was as critical of the Tide as I was early in the season last year, and as unfriendly as the fan base was to me for the majority of the season. I felt like we wiped the slate clean and we're on a fresh start going forward. It was great being there, and nobody does it quite as well as what Alabama does with their attention to detail and hospitality.
We were just joking that some of the NFL scouts were probably watching Bryce Young. You caught a ball from him. I'll ask you the difficult question. Who threw a better fade, Danny Werfel or Bryce Young?
Oh, you're putting me in a tough spot right here. Danny Werfel will be arriving at my house in the next 5 or 6 hours, so I don't want to speak disparagingly about my house guest or the guy that I caught the majority of my touchdowns from. But I'll say this, man, it was a lot of fun. And catching the ball from him was cool, but that was my first time interacting with him. And just seeing his smile, feeling the authenticity. His father introduced himself to me. I could see where Bryce gets it from, man. I can't say enough about what I saw from him in my personal interaction. I've seen a lot of him on tape and watch games and everything else, which I'm amazed by, but just the guy that he seems to be, man, I can't say enough about how authentic he seems to feel to me.
And he spent a lot of times talking to the media as this camp has started about the process of starting new, that it's not a carryover from last season. You start every year new, and there's building blocks into a season. Do you sense that is something that he really is going through, that he has that maturity already? And did you find that to be true yourself back in your playing days, that really it's not a carryover from a season? You start every season from a starting point and build up to a season.
Yeah, every season is anew in and of itself. And so it was always interesting to me where you start to get a feeling for who your team is going to be. It's not necessarily in fall practice. It's not in, the spring practices. It's in the off-season workouts and the conditioning and the 6:15 workouts and who are the leaders? Who are the guys that are stepping up? How hungry do these guys seem? And I would have to imagine this has got to be one of the hungrier teams. I mean, I think Nick Saban has had to deal with teams in the past where they've won a championship, they've gone undefeated, and you can see where you might feel entitled as a human being after going through that kind of success. But this team lost a regular season game to Texas A&M. They lost in the championship game to Georgia. I have to imagine there's some unfinished business. And as you look at it, man, I can't say enough about how excited I am about the defense with all they return, that production on that side of the ball. And then when have we ever gotten to see the two best players in all of college football, the best quarterback and the best edge rusher, back for another season together on the same team? I mean, I don't know that I can think of a dynamic like that in the history of me playing and covering this league, at least.
Chris Doering is with us. You see him on the SEC Network, here on Sirius XM Radio. At Chris Doering on Twitter is where you can follow him. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Nobody was going to shed tears for Alabama last year that this might not have been the most talented roster Nick Saban had ever taken to a national championship game. But the truth remains, it may have been, and that kind of showed, I would imagine, yesterday in the Pro Day. This is not Alabama's typical draft class under Nick Saban.
Not at all. And I asked him about that in our interview yesterday. You know, there's certainly some top-tier talent. Evan Neal will hear his name called in the top 5 or 10 picks. But you look at it, typically we're seeing, 3-4 guys come off in the first round, and that will not be the case in late April's draft. I think you can look at it one of two ways, right? I mean, at Florida, I covered Florida's Pro Day on Monday. I think that was more of a reflection of the dearth of talent that Billy Napier is trying to deal with right now. The lack of really elite SEC caliber talent that was on that roster is reflected by 4 guys getting invited to the combine, maybe having a handful of scouts and coaches there in attendance on Monday versus what you saw, on Wednesday's Pro Day in Tuscaloosa. Still a lot of excitement around some of the top talent that there are. 2 head coaches in town, some coaches from every team representing all 32 squads in the NFL. But I think the pure lack of depth of that talent was what was interesting to me. And what a blessing it is if you're Nick Saban to have all that talent coming back next year. And I asked him about, kind of how it felt for him. He said, look, we got 9 starters returning on defense. We got 5 returning on offense. So you do have to fill some holes, particularly at the receiver spot when you lose your top 3 receivers to the NFL draft. But golly, I'd take that defense any day of the year. And what a luxury we've had in this conference over the last couple of years. We saw a generational offense with LSU in 2019, another generational offense the next year in 2020 with Alabama. And then I would say in that same category, a generational defense with the exception of the SEC title game from Georgia. I think this Alabama defense has a chance to be a very similar kind of equal to what we saw from Georgia's defense last year.
We were blessed that 2 of our 3 athletes that we had NIL deals with to appear on our show last football season were John Mechie and Slade Bolden. You have one guy who's injured and has high draft stock, and then you have the other guy who surprised us a little bit that he left in Slade Bolden. Talk about both those guys, one in Mechie and Jamison Williams, who are having to deal with injuries. You've seen players at your position have to do that. And then Slade Bolden, who maybe is trying to change the perception of how maybe NFL teams see him. Talk about both of those dynamics at that position.
Yeah, an interesting kind of contrast yesterday as you see 2 guys in Mechie and Williams recovering from injuries, not really participating in anything other than getting measured. And then you see a guy like Slade Bolden who's out there fighting for his life, doing every single thing there is to do to show the NFL scouts he's worthy. Maybe one of the most comical moments of the entire day, and I don't think they saw this on television, but when they were doing the vertical leap, Slade gets up there, and always it's like the most inexact measurement you can ever have, right? All right, stretch your arm out. Let's get the thing set, and then we'll measure how high you can jump. Well, the trick has always been for us, especially receivers, always want to try to get away with something. Keep your knees bent a little bit. Don't reach as much. Don't extend your fingertips. So he does it. He jumps. They call him for moving his foot, and then somebody from the peanut gallery requests a remeasure. So they get him back up there, and they're pulling his hand up. They're stretching it. It was like comedy. And finally they were able to get it done, but he did increase his vertical leap, I believe, from 32.5 at the combine to 36. He did everything. There was only a couple Alabama players that participated in all of the drills yesterday. But Slade was certainly one of them. I thought he looked good catching the football, had one drop, but had one amazing catch that he was able to make. And what a benefit it is for those that work out to have the ability to have your quarterback, Bryce Young, out there throwing to he and B-Rob yesterday. When I was coming out, you didn't have that. So you had to find a quarterback that could throw to you. And in my case, Danny Werfel was a year younger. So I didn't have the opportunity to have the guy that I was familiar with catching the football from out there for my pro day. But I love that they changed that rule, and I love we've seen C.J. Stroud, we've seen Anthony Richardson here in Gainesville, we've now seen Bryce Young throwing, and that was kind of the one big moment yesterday is when everybody saw him show up on the practice field. Everybody's head kind of turned and got excited. What a contrast it'll be this year, him throwing the ball, versus next year when he presumably goes to the NFL and gets ready with the combine and that pro day there in Tuscaloosa next spring.
Yeah, that's when they come back next year. Oh, I threw last year. Yeah, no, I threw last year. Yeah, you guys, I'm not going to do that again. You should have taken notes then.
People did take notes yesterday.
I know. He is Chris Doering, at Chris Doering on Twitter, Chris Doering28 on Instagram. Chris, thank you for the time, man. Always great talking with you.
Yeah, always fun being with you guys. Thanks for having me. I look forward to catching up soon.
You bet, man. Take care. Have a good weekend. You and Warfel, have fun playing golf, I guess.
Yeah.
That is Chris Doering on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, I tell you, what Alabama has coming back on defense, and if you can get that O-line right, and don't you feel like they'll find receivers?
Yeah, I think they'll be okay. I don't know that they're going to be, what they were with Ruggs, Judy, Jalen Waddle.
I know people,
Devontae Smith, that group.
I know people, diss those young receivers last year, right? That maybe them not being ready cost them the national championship game. But it's impossible, I think, to be unless. I won't say impossible because we saw it in 2017. Those freshmen went in at halftime and won the national championship for Alabama. These guys had the same opportunity to do that, forced by injury, not substitution this time. And they didn't do it. But that doesn't mean that those guys won't take a step forward this year. Plus the Jermaine Burton you brought in.
Yep.
Maybe another portal guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then another great recruiting class that has come in. I mean, you start hearing some of these freshmen that are making plays. I think the receiving core could be okay.
I will say, though, there was a time where Alabama did not miss on receiving recruits. And now we've had a cycle where you could argue they missed on it, right? I mean, time will tell. Some of those guys still have a chance to make a name for themselves, but they haven't done it yet. And a lot of those guys previously had come in and done it as freshmen. You could immediately see it as freshmen. So I think that'll be interesting to see how these recent recruits, even some of these young freshmen like you were talking about yesterday, do.
Yeah, my biggest concern about this whole team is the O-line.
Well, it was not good last year. In fact, it may have been the worst since Saban really got this headed in the right direction after 2007. May have been the worst we've seen under him.
And they made an O-line coaching change, so a lot of people are hoping that changes things in Tuscaloosa. But Bryce Young got Alabama out of so many bad situations. And they still were one of the highest sacked teams in the country, and that's with the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. All about the O-line to me for this team coming up this year. Great conversation with Chris Doering there. We've got some final thoughts coming up in our final segment. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at New Life. Speaking of Bryce Young, there's a new printout honoring his Heisman Trophy season.
Yeah, Crimson Connection is the name of the print, and you can see it if you're watching us on the video stream. You see it right there from Scott. If not, all you got to do is head over to newlifeart.com. That is newlifeart.com, and check out Bryce Young throwing that game-changing touchdown to John Mechie in the SEC Championship game. It can be yours at a discounted price right now, 10% off Crimson Connection when you use the code CC10. But you got to do it before Sunday. That's when it expires, is Sunday. CC10 when you order Crimson Connection, 10% off. They're at danielmooreart.com, part of New Life Art Galleries.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives The Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Final segment of the show, getting down to what my dad used to call nut cutting time.
We've had that on the show before. Coaches love to talk about nut cutting time.
Yeah,
My favorite conversation.
No, we've done the history of it. We know what it's about, right? You know what it's about.
When it's time to castrate the bull.
That's right. It's down to nut cutting time.
Yeah, and that's where we are in the bracket challenge, brought to you by our friends at EAW, Exclusive Auto Wholesale. So we're down to nut cutting time. I won't say the other things he used to say too, on the same vein, but it's down to the final 3 games. Go check where you are at nextroundlive.com in the bracket challenge. Some basketball news in a second. First, Brandy, tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill Services as we get ready to go tackle another day in the wild out there when it comes to plumbing, cooling, and heating, you want to have Hemphill beside your side.
You know what? They're going to come to my house tomorrow, Dunaway. I got a little pump that has gone out with my heating and cooling system. They got to come replace that. It's so easy to deal with Hemphill Plumbing. We always say, man, when something is not running right, flowing right, or draining right, or flushing right. That's the case with me right now. It's not running right. Disaster could strike at any moment. Do what I did. Hemp Hill Services. Call Adam or Chad, the team at Hemp Hill. They're just one call away. They'll fix it right the first time and at the fair price. All your plumbing, cooling, heating. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 229-2090.
One of the things you may not know about Ryan Brown, he is a new wet behind the ears fan of F1 racing. Because of the Netflix series.
I watched the series, and I occasionally have called some races. I don't think I've watched a full race.
You know that the F1 Sport series has expanded in America recently in Miami and Austin. They just announced yesterday they will have a night race in 2023 in Las Vegas, Nevada, the streets of Las Vegas.
Yeah. Those are really cool. I've seen some of those night races, like they do one in Singapore, I believe, and, I mean, they are really cool. Like, I don't guess the Barber's track is set up for F1. I mean, I know Indy runs there. I don't know if F1
Indy runs
would.
there. I mean, F1 could.
I would 100% go watch it. That was going to be my point.
I mean, because they race through the streets of Monte Carlo.
Yeah, so you can't race that track?
Yeah.
So I'd 100% go watch that.
Yeah, so that's exciting. So we'll have 3 F1 stops now in our country when you go Austin, Miami, and Las Vegas coming on board. Just finishing up things I didn't get to today. Shaheen Holloway, no surprise, officially announced yesterday he is the Seton Hall coach.
I thought it was weird his team was there. The team from St. Peter's.
St. Peter's? Well, he wouldn't be there without him. So
I know, but that is just kind of weird. You don't see that very often, do you?
You don't?
Where, like, guy's former team comes to him being introduced as the new team's coach.
I would imagine there's a chance that some of them may follow along to Seton Hall with him if they have eligibility
Maybe.
left. Mike White's salary announced earlier this week. He was making $3.1 million at Florida. I wouldn't have been surprised if he was making less money to take the Georgia job because we thought he was going to get fired. $3.4 million at Georgia, so he reset the clock and got a $300,000 a year raise.
I mean, that is
great move by him.
Did he have a ski mask on like that story we did in Trash?
Piggy promised he didn't do it.
I mean, how does the guy, he's about to get fired at Florida, gets out one step in front of the posse, gets a pay raise out of it? I mean, that's crazy. Agents are undefeated, man, in sports.
And, you know, you saw Jason Holt go into the portal, the Alabama Moxie player that came off the bench this year. He'll be a good pickup for somebody from Roswell, Georgia. Did you notice that LSU and Missouri have lost almost all of their roster to the portal? That's the stuff that Wimp looks at and says, this is broken, when you make those coaching changes and both rosters almost totally from one end to the other bail.
Yeah. Now, Missouri is one thing, but LSU, you've got to think the potential NCAA issues have something to do with it, right?
Yes.
I mean, there got to be, most of those guys, it's not just about the coaching change. They've got to look at it and say, I don't want to sit through, you know, NCAA penalties and potentially miss an NCAA tournament my final year or, you know, one of the years I'm here. So it's kind of hard to blame them.
Kind of hard to blame them. Poll questions that we have out. Do you have a problem with Eric Church canceling Saturday's show as a lifelong Tar Heel? He was honest and said it was to attend the historic UNC Duke Final Four. 500 votes, first 500 votes, 61.9% say no problem at all. You guys are real sports fans. The dark horse to watch, Utah, 53.7% in college football right there.
Utah?
Again,
a lot of people would say, hey, they may be favored to win that conference. But the point we made, that whole conference is a dark horse. They've only been in the playoffs twice.
Yep. ACC champion, not named Clemson, 28%. Arkansas, 14%. BYU only getting 4.9% of the votes. Thank you to Mortgage Right and all of our great sponsors here at the next round. If you're looking for refinancing or a mortgage, Mortgage Right will get that hooked up for you anywhere in the U.S. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. on a Friday before the Final Four in New Orleans. Hey, take the app with you if you're heading down to New Orleans, driving down to watch the Final Four. Some of you are. We're back then. Enjoy all the platforms until then. For Brownie and everybody behind the glass, Jim Dunaway, God bless you. God bless America.